All right. Good morning, everybody. We're going to get this City Council meeting a continuation where we were on Wednesday, April 15th, to this morning on Friday, April 17th. So we're going to continue this. I'm going to get us kicked off with a roll call, and I will start with Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Morgan.
Morning.
Councillor Jans. Good morning. Be quick. Councillor Rutherford.
Morning.
Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
Good morning. The mayor, I think you're just joining us in. If you want.
Good morning. Be there in 5 minutes.
We'll see you soon. Looking forward to it. Councillor Parmar. Oh, she's on council business.
Yeah.
Good to know. Okay, Councillor Paquette.
Let's go.
Let's go. Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Councillor Elliott.
Good morning.
Great. Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Awesome. Okay, now that's completed. We'll go back to the first items on the agenda, which we actually pushed from Wednesday because we said that these were going to be the first items of business on Friday. So that's 7.1, 7.2, and I believe the delegation is here.
Friendly reminder, we have a protocol this morning.
There's a protocol item.
Yeah,
Okay.
sorry, it was in the chat. So Councillor Principe has a protocol. If we could
Oh,
do that
yes.
before we move over to the item, please and thank you.
Great, we'll do that. Councillor Principe, I'll move over to you for the protocol item.
Thank you very much, Chair Clark. I would like to take a moment this morning to acknowledge that April is the month of the military child. Edmontonians and all Canadians owe a tremendous debt of gratitude to both veterans and those on active duty. It is also important to recognize the strength and resilience demonstrated by their families and loved ones. For over 80,000 children and youth growing up in Canadian military families, change is a constant. Sometimes that means weeks or months spent missing a loved one who's been deployed or sent away for duty. Other times it means saying goodbye to the friends, school, and community they know to relocate somewhere new, having to make new friends and start over at a new school. Growing up is already full of challenges and lessons to learn, but military children do it in a context that requires exceptional adaptability and courage. For families based in Edmonton and the surrounding area, the Military Family Resource Center, MFRC, is a vital source of support. They play a central role helping children and youth navigate these challenges and connect with others who understand their experiences. As a city with a rich military history, it is a privilege to see the commitment and longevity of this organization dedicated to the well-being of our military personnel and their families. Members of the Canadian Armed Forces often face difficult situations and make extraordinary sacrifices. Our troops represent our country with pride, compassion, strength, working every day to safeguard the fundamental rights and freedoms of people at home and abroad. But undoubtedly, many of them are encouraged and inspired by these children who are navigating their own challenges with patience, compassion, and hope. As part of the month of the military child, we recognize April 17th as Teal Up Day in celebration of the extraordinary strength and resilience of military children. Tonight, the high-level bridge will be lit up in teal, and I encourage all Edmontonians to participate by wearing a teal item of clothing in recognition of this important event. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Okay, we will get back into the public reports. I think we have some guests who are going to be joining us, but I might wait a little minute for the mayor to kind of give the greeting on his behalf. So we'll get to 7.1 and then 7.2 if the delegation is ready to go.
Good morning. We're here today to walk you through the spring tax levy confirmation. In the supplementary budget adjustment process in the fall, Council debated adjustments to the 2026 budget and approved a tax increase for the year. The purpose of the municipal tax confirmation is to finalize the municipal tax increase for 2026. Once approved, administration will finalize the tax bylaws, and you'll see those at the end of April. With me today is Nancy Chow, Acting Director of Budget Planning and Development. Next slide, please. The city approves a balanced budget. Taxes are required to fund the city's expenses after considering all other revenues like transit or recreation fees, franchise fees, licenses, fines, and dividends. Property taxes allow the city to balance the budget. Once the city determines how much to collect in taxes, administration collects what it needs to operate, no more, no less. Through the budget process, council decides the total tax levy required. The city's assessment and taxation branch determines the assessed values for properties. Each year, all properties in Edmonton are reassessed and the new values are shared with owners in January. With the total levy and property values, a tax rate is set and applied to individual properties based on their assessments. So assessment and taxation determines the distribution of the budget, which properties pay how much. So since council decides how much money to collect and the assessment process determines the amounts collected from each property, we know that each property's change is unique. So the actual tax impact that people feel determines on how their assessment changes relative to others. For example, council may approve a 6.9% tax increase. However, one property owner may experience a higher tax increase, while another will experience a lower one because of the way their assessments have changed relative to each other and to the rest of the tax class. Next slide, please. This timeline highlights the municipal tax levy confirmation, which will focus only on updating the tax levy to reflect changes in provincial and federal funding. You'll see the supplementary capital budget adjustment in June of 2026. These are the final adjustments of the 2023 to 2026 budget cycle, and in the fall, you'll deliberate and approve the 2027 to 2030 four-year budget. I'll now turn it over to Nancy Chow to walk through significant adjustments.
Next slide, please. The recommendations in the tax levy confirmation result in net adjustments to the tax levy of 0%, maintaining the tax increase that was approved in the fall of 6.9% in 2026, the final year of the four-year budget. This includes the net impact of releasing $3.3 million from financial strategies to address budget pressures. All of the recommended adjustments are summarized in Attachment 1 of the 2026 Municipal Tax Levy Confirmation Report, and this is what requires council approval. I'll spend the next couple of slides going through the most significant adjustments. Changes to economic forecasts include adjustments that affect costs, changes in service demand volumes, or revenue projections. As part of establishing tax levy changes when setting the budget, administration regularly estimates and updates the value of a 1% change to the taxation bylaw. For 2026, this update was significant, warranting an adjustment that results in a $13.2 million increase in taxation revenues. This increase is partially offset by a $4.2 million decrease in assessment growth revenues compared to the fall 2025 forecast, resulting in a net $9 million increase in taxation revenues. This amount will be held in financial strategies to address ongoing pressures in the next 2027 to 2030 budget cycle. Next slide, please. External factors and changes in legislation allow the city to respond to external factors such as provincial or federal budgets or changes imposed by legislation. There's two significant adjustments. The first is an ongoing increase of $5.6 million in WCB premiums starting in 2026, driven by a yearly rise in the industry rate and a surcharge due to the city's internal factors. These direct WCB costs are calculated based on 3 years' worth of performance and are a lagging indicator. The second adjustment is an ongoing increase of $6.7 million total, required for statutory pay as a result of settled collective bargaining agreements. This budget adjustment prevents future structural budget variances for city services such as fire rescue services, Edmonton transit services, and community standards, who operate on statutory holidays. Next slide, please.
Can I just jump in just because I want to make sure I get our guests here who are probably on limited time, so sorry to interrupt. But I want to welcome some special guests who are sitting at the back of council chambers there. Hello, everyone. This is the grade 6 class from Hardesty School in Ward Métis. Your Councillor Ashley Salvador right there waving to you. Very excited to see you, as we all are. So you are here on a tour this morning? Is that right? Fantastic. Are you going to be doing a mock city council? Yes. Who's going to be our mayor for that mock city council? Mayor, did you want to come down and tell us what you're going to discuss once you're through here? I'd love to hear from you. Come on down. Yeah, we'd love to have you. It's always a delight to have our classes. And what better day for a tour than a Friday, right? You're waiting for the weekend, you're ready, and you get to not have to sit in the class the whole day. So what's your first name?
Megan.
Mayor Megan, tell us, what are you going to be discussing today?
We're debating whether there should be a curfew after 11 p.m. for people under 16.
Oh, interesting. Okay. I think it was Okotoks, the town of Okotoks, that recently overturned their curfew bylaw that used to exist. So it'll be interesting. There's a random fact from an Alberta town because I apparently have nothing better to do with my time than read news about other spots. So Mayor Megan, thank you very much. I'm very excited to hear. Let your councillor know and all of us know what you decide. But we're so thankful that you're here. We're thankful that all of you are here. So welcome to City Hall, everyone. Thank you. Thanks for letting me interrupt. We'll let you continue on with the presentation, and I'm going to step out for just a few minutes while you're continuing on, and I'll be right back again.
This slide shows the combined tax increase as a result of the education tax requisition announced by the province on February 26, 2026. Our municipal tax levy increase is proposed at 6.9% for 2026. The Government of Alberta's education property tax requisition will result in an increase in provincial education taxes of 10.2% for residential and 2.6% for non-residential properties. The municipal and provincial education taxes will result in a combined tax increase of 7.7% for residential properties and 6.3% for non-residential properties. The box outlined in green illustrates the proposed 6.9% municipal tax increase combined with the provincial budget tax changes and the corresponding combined tax increase. Administration is routinely asked how much municipal taxes could be raised during the spring tax levy confirmation to achieve a combined tax increase equal to the planned municipal tax increase, an action referred to as moving into the education tax room. Below the box outlined in green, you can see the impact of using the education tax room. Council only has the ability to change the gray box, which is the municipal tax levy. There's currently no education tax room available within the residential category because the provincial education property tax increase is higher than the municipal tax levy increase. However, tax room does exist within the non-residential category. If Council were to consider moving into the non-residential education tax room, the non-residential municipal tax increase would be adjusted to 7.7%, raising an additional $7.5 million in tax revenue and resulting in a combined tax increase equal to 6.9%. If Council decides to increase non-residential municipal taxes to 7.7% to maintain an overall tax increase of 6.9%, non-residential property owners will pay an additional $182 in municipal taxes per $100,000 in property value, rather than the current projection of $163. So that's a $19 increase per $100,000 in assessed value. Next slide, please. Attachment 2 outlines the repayment strategy to achieve the required minimum balance for the Financial Stabilization Reserve and provides an update after the 2025 year-end results. Following the April 23, 2024 Council approval to replenish the Edmonton Police Service Reserve by managing 2024 to 2026 operating expenditures, an updated EPS operating reserve repayment strategy requiring Council approval is outlined in Attachment 3. Next slide, please. After the tax levy requirement that council will finalize today, the taxation bylaw follows on April 28th to finalize the mill rate for 2026. We'll send out property tax notices in late May with payments due in late June. On June 16th, we'll be presenting the spring 2026 supplemental capital budget adjustment to City Council. And presentation and deliberation of the 2027 to 2030 budget will occur in November and December to establish the 2027 to 2030 operating, capital, and climate budgets. That concludes our presentation, and we'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Great, thank you very much for the presentation. Before we want to start, we want to have a motion on the table of the recommendations, or you want to go right to just questions?
Yeah, Council's bylaw does require it to have a motion on the floor before it starts debate.
Okay. Yeah, was Elliot? Yeah, I believe it was selected by Councillor Elliott. Maybe if everyone puts their, if you want to put your name on the board, we can maybe start there, and then if we want to go to questions afterwards, of the mover or admin. Do you have the recommendation in front of you?
Would it be helpful to do one round of questions before you
Sure.
put it on the floor?
We can start there. We can start with questions. Yeah, we can start there. So if everyone wants to put their name on. Enough. We'll go with questions. So if you want to put your name on the board, we can go there. Anyone else? Okay.
His name is on there.
We'll start with, yes, questions. Okay, Councillor Elliott.
Okay, to start with questions.
Yeah.
I just have two, actually. I know on slide, what slide was that? I think it was slide 7. You said there were some potential options in regards to the education tax move. What was the, can I ask, what's admin's recommendation on that? Or is that getting too into the weeds on that one? Just out of curiosity from your experience and expertise.
So we bring this now every time as a result of a previous motion for us to tell you effectively what is the difference between education tax and municipal tax, and what money could be available if you increased all the way up to the education tax increase. We call that education tax rooms. It's not really a thing. It's not money. Like, administration focuses solely on the municipal tax levy, so we make no recommendation, but we've been asked to provide the information.
Okay, thank you. And the only other question I have is, I know that council decided to hire some transit peace officers for traffic enforcement. And is that embedded in this increase? Because I know it was fine revenue, and I just want to try to determine if we're moving forward with hiring, are we, I guess, paying that in, because we got to hire them, and that's going to be a cost, but I know we're doing the revenue to try to offset that. So I'm just trying to determine how are we moving forward with that.
So the amendments that you made in the fall still apply here. The only thing that changes are the things that we outlined in the presentation and attachment. So we'll continue to execute that strategy. And the only thing I would add is, like, at the time we identified that there is a risk that you will come in, that it will be insufficient revenue in the early years to cover the full cost.
Okay, thank you. Oh, we'll say Chair. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And sorry, did the motion get put on the floor? I just want, did you want to put the motion on the floor? Yes. Oh, sorry. Okay. All right. Councillor, can I? Yeah. If you don't mind, yes, just to make sure we're following our practice there. Councillor Wright?
No, you can put the motion.
Oh,
I just have a question.
yeah.
I can put the motion.
Yeah, somebody can put the motion on the floor. I just don't want to give up the chair right now.
Okay, I'll move that the adjustments to the 2026 operating budget as outlined in attachment 1 of the April 15th, 2026 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 03447, be approved, and that the EPS operating reserve repayment strategy, that's a tongue twister, as outlined in attachment 3 of the April 15th, 2026 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 03447, be approved.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder?
Second.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Wright. And please go ahead, Councillor Wright. Do you have questions?
Okay, so my question, with the educational tax room, how often have we gone into that?
So the last time you moved into the room was in 2014.
In 2014? And was that both for residential and non-residential?
Yes, it was for both.
And can you tell me a little bit more, like how much or what the situation was?
$27 million. So back in 2014, it was roughly $27 million, and you allocated that to address long-term arterial rehabilitation needs.
Oh, interesting. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you. I'll have a few questions on the, well, are we doing the other presentation, the private presentation? What's the?
So we have, if you're looking for more information on risks and financial strategies, we do have a separate presentation, just a single slide that we can provide you with an overview on, and we can do that at any point.
Okay, I guess maybe a first round of questions and then.
Yeah, I'd prefer to finish all public questions before we go into any, into private. So please go ahead with any public questions.
Perfect, thank you. Sorry, just a very, very basic question. I'm really struggling to understand that 1% change, how that leads to additional revenue. If you could walk me through that.
Okay, so every time we build the budget, the value of 1%, of a 1% tax increase, increases as the budget increases. And because there's been increases throughout the cycle, the value has grown, but we haven't reflected it in our budget. So when we do the tax bylaw, it's generating a bit more income. Because we hadn't reflected the estimates.
I see. And that hasn't led to us over collecting in previous years?
There was a slight variance that we noticed in 2025, but not as significant as what would have happened without this adjustment.
Okay. And so is it typical that we do that true up would we not do that every year, I guess?
So we do try to true up through the cycle, but depending on how many amendments there are and how much the budget changes in each cycle, determines the magnitude, and this time the magnitude's a little bit larger.
Okay. Okay, that's an interesting factor to consider. How do we, do we want to make any changes moving forward in in the next budget cycle to this approach?
I'd say that we would continue to update regularly as we do and potentially make smaller adjustments more frequently as opposed to a larger one.
Okay, yeah,
less frequently.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. I was just wondering as well, so we've talked in the past, I think, given the changes to the education tax, I think we talked about looking at that pie chart in terms of total revenue collected, including education tax, and now what proportion of that is going to the province. Do we have that pie chart updated?
So, what portion of your tax bill goes to the province versus us? Yeah, we can update that pie chart. Last year, that is a thing that we circulated in the mail. It was a attachment in the property tax bills. But if your question is, what is that split? I believe it's about 26% education tax and the rest municipal, but I'm just double checking.
Okay, and I'm thinking of it. I'm thinking of that more detailed donut chart. I think we have where it's sort of it has the major expenditures. So I think it's EPS, ETS, debt repayment. I'm just wondering again if we looked at those breakdowns with the education, just to compare that against other expenditures that we have on city services.
So we don't generally publish the wheel with the education, like I take your point. What it would do is you would see roughly 25% of it be education property taxes. And it's a flow through. It's not necessarily a service that we deliver, but it would also then change the percentages everywhere else, right? So we could look at doing that. We typically haven't done it because we collect on behalf of the province and we distribute it out on behalf of the province.
Absolutely.
The insert, though, does show people this is how much you pay us versus this is how much you pay for education property taxes. So we try to make that clear.
Sure, and we've talked about it a few times, so I don't know if a motion is maybe needed. I think it's just important for the education and awareness raising amongst Edmontonians. But I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And those are all the questions I see for in public. I'll take a motion to go into private if people want to have that.
So move.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Elliott, seconded by Councillor Stevenson. Please vote to go into private. Here to answer questions.
Just checking, Councillor Parmar, if you're back. Just waiting on one more vote. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-0. We'll take a minute just to clear out the room.
We're live.
Thank you very much. I know we're live. We'll just wait a second as I think the doors are open and folks are coming back in. Okay, we have asked our in-private questions, and before we went in, it appears we had asked in public. Any remaining questions? Not seeing or hearing any. I'll take, the motion's already on the floor, actually, for what we have. And so now would be the time, if anyone wishes to speak to it, to please click on the board to speak to this. Councillor Principe, please go ahead.
I would just like to request that the item 1 and item 2 be split for voting purposes, please.
Absolutely, yeah, we can do that, I think. Just confirming with the clerks. I don't see a problem with that. Yep. Thank you. Okay. Those wishing to speak to the motion, if you would like, please click on the board here. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, just quickly to thank administration for all their work on this. Appreciate that we were able to hold the line on the budgeted increase. And I'm seeing moves as well that I think set us up to have a bit more resiliency going into the next 4-year budget. So thank you very much for that work.
Thank you. Is that a hand wave that you're clicking on? Or you're going to close at that point. So, okay, well, if there's nobody else, I'll actually go on the board real quick. Councillor Clark, can you take the chair?
Chair taken, thank you.
Thank you very much. Great. So, yeah, just wanted to, again, sort of echo the thanks that always, I know this work is typically more just small. This is the finalization, the confirmation of what has already been discussed, but we need to make some minor adjustments. I think the recommendations here that there's some external factors, we need to use that money to continue to address this ongoing piece we're working on through structural budget variances. So I'm comfortable with the recommendations here. I'll be interested in the next item. I'll be asking the question if by doing this, that potentially sets us up for better success in the next 4-year budget, if there's an opportunity to look at even slightly different numbers than what we'll be facing there. That's less relevant for this particular item. Just a few items to other things I would flag, though. I know it's been discussed many, many times over, and there was a lot of conversation in Calgary about this. Yes, it is fair to say and factual to say that the overall tax bill will be even higher than what council approved back in December because of the provincial education tax. That's the reality that it is. I said this publicly. At the end of the day, we do still need schools, so I have no problem with the fact that the province is asking for more money to build more schools in a growing city. I continue to have a problem with the fact that we collect this tax on their behalf, because it doesn't matter that I've said this, and it doesn't matter that the folks up there on the right are going to cover this in their articles. Most people, when they look at their tax bill, are not going to notice the difference. They're going to notice the larger number, and they won't attribute that to anyone in particular. I think at the end of the day, we need to get to a point where we shift away from us collecting provincial taxes for provincial services. It's a system that's been in place for as long as I can remember, when it actually used to be money that was used for education, but that isn't the case anymore. This money is collected, it goes into general revenue. It is being generally used towards education, and that is great. I'm glad that happens, but at the end of the day, it no longer is an education-specific fund. And so the fact that we are doing this as the middle person, if you will, is not ideal, and it means Edmontonians are going to, when they get their tax bill, continue to share their frustration on something that is completely outside of our control. I want to get their feedback on things that are within our control, and it's very valid for Edmontonians to share their feedback on what our final number was, but it's hard when we're also facing this piece. So as mentioned, so I'll say it for the sake of saying it, I guess, which is that a little over 25% of the property tax bill that Edmontonians will be paying does not go to municipal services. That's just the reality. It does not go to municipal services, And I would like to, I don't think we have time this year, but I do think that next year we have to make the change and actually have it on 2 separate pieces of paper. I know there's a minor cost to that, I think, but I think beyond that, it's time to clearly delineate the difference. And yes, there will be a little bit of confusion maybe next year when that happens, that people have 2 separate bills to pay, but we actually need to make it more clear that there are in fact 2 separate bills to pay in my view. And that's something I'll push for at the appropriate time. Today's not the day for that. The number that we have now is what we set back in December. So, you know, whether folks previously supported it or not back in December, this is confirming what was already done. And so this is why I'm comfortable with what we have, noting that we're in the middle of budget engagement sessions. This is my my chance to do a quick pitch. We have done 4 public budget engagement sessions. We have 8 more to go. We want people to get involved. And we don't want people to wait till November to share their feedback on the next 4-year budget. So please, all Edmontonians, if you're listening, if you're watching this after the fact, make sure to come out to one of the 8 remaining sessions and then stay involved. If you can't make it in person, fill out the budget engagement online, create your own budget, share that with us, because we know that the property taxes is an important part of people's overall budget. While it accounts for a very small percentage of folks' overall taxes that they pay, it's the one they feel most directly, because it's typically the one that they have to pay after their after-tax pay has been deposited into their bank account. So I appreciate they might feel it the most, even though it accounts for the smallest amount. So just one last pitch for folks to attend those really well-designed sessions. So thank you. I'll take the chair back.
Chair returned.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I also wanted to point out that this is like one bill in like total taxes that Edmontonians pay. And just in reference to the 2027-2030 budget engagement that's going on, I was actually quite interested to learn that a typical Edmonton household pays about 67 cents to the federal government for each dollar that they pay in taxes, 25% of those dollars to the provincial government, and only 8 cents to the city. And so, but it does seem to be a lot more to people when they get that annual bill, or even if they're doing it on a monthly basis. It's not like they're not seeing it come off their paycheck. So, you know, and I think we're sort of holding the line on this at, you know, looking at the 6.9% that we had committed to earlier, and not going beyond that. So thank you very much again for all the work that you do.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette.
Okay, I didn't know if I wanted to chime in, but I'll just say a few quick words. First of all, thank you to administration for this report and for the work that goes into it. It is an enormous amount of work that, you know, the report gets simplified to the point where you think, oh, okay, that was easy. There was nothing easy about that kind of work. But I just wanted to augment the mayor's comments about the education tax and just add a little bit more to that. And that is that we know that there have been cuts and cost downloads onto the city from the provincial government. And we all understand everyone's trying to keep their own personal tax rates low. And so when they download something onto us, to them they think, okay, well, we're going to preserve the income tax rate and things like that. I get all of those arguments, but the real result is that Edmontonians then have to, and frankly municipalities across Alberta, have to absorb those costs. And those costs get absorbed into a property tax, which, as we know, is not entirely responsive annually to people's real circumstances. If you have a great year financially at work, you're not paying more in property tax unless you buy more property or more expensive property. If you have a very bad year, you're not paying any less in property taxes unless you downsize your property. And so the result is when we get those costs and cuts downloaded from the province off of the income tax onto the property tax, it's a little bit less fair for Edmontonians. And they end up paying in a way that they probably shouldn't. And so I think that, I may be speaking into the vacuum here on that, but it's important to note that estimates are something along the lines of maybe 5% of the 6.9% of this tax rate can be directly attributable to things that the province should probably be paying for or should not have cut, but did and are, and we are now. So just wanted to leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford to close.
Yeah, I was similar to Councillor Paquette. I wasn't originally going to speak because this is so procedural in nature. But I actually want to speak for a different reason. I think none of us are happy about the increase to the education tax levy, especially since, I think as I talk to most Edmontonians, it just goes to general revenue, and there's no actual, direct correlation with education and how those dollars are being spent on improving and supporting education. And so that line is not a direct line, and we've seen it even with our CRL downtown. The education portion is the portion that is going to pay for an event park. So, we have to be honest about how education requisitions are actually being used. But the reason I felt compelled to speak today is because I'm seeing a pattern where it seems like there's an indication that a few of my colleagues might vote no to this. And everybody has the right to vote however they want. That's not what I'm not going to say don't vote no. But what I do want to talk about is how they're not explaining why they're voting no. And I think that that's a lost opportunity and missed point for actual better decision making. And it makes me wonder about the actual intention behind the no vote then, just personally. So for example, when we look at the spring budget adjustment, we are looking at only confirming things and adjusting based on changes to economic forecast, provincial or federal government budgets, changes imposed by legislation, operating impacts of capital, administrative adjustments requiring approval, and council-directed changes to priorities, policies, and programs, which are all outlined in this report. Any amendments or adjustments. So when I look at this, I see, obviously, the one we've talked about a lot, the tax, but then I see things like WCB, right? I see adjustments for recalculating the 1%. I see very procedural things, and it makes me go, if somebody is voting no to this, what is it in that adjustment that they didn't like or that they're concerned about, and why are we not having a discussion about that? Because maybe it is about, if we don't think that we want to pay, like the 7.7 is good with the provincial requisition, and we want to actually talk about how do we lower our portion then, where are we going to give as a municipality, it's worth the debate for Edmontonians. So I just want to put that out there that I think that I encourage those that are considering voting no in the future to use your voice to actually share why specifically on the decision that's before us, because the decision before us is not about the 6.9. It's about the adjustments based on all of those criteria that I said. And if there are flags and there are concerns with that, then speak up and talk about them. You have, one of 13 spaces on council to share those voices and those perspectives. And dissenting voices and perspectives are needed to actually make strong, sustainable decisions. And so please, that's why I was compelled to come on board and speak. But I will be supporting this, and I encourage all my colleagues to as well.
Thank you very much. Please, and since there was a request to split, please vote on point number 1.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Palmer. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried 11-2. And on point number 2, please vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Palmer. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That's carried 13-0, and I do believe there was a flag of just motion to keep the private slide private. Councillor
moved.
Stevenson, move that.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Wright. Please vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Parmar. Just waiting on one more vote.
Yes.
Thank you. We will the vote.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. Excellent. Next up on the agenda, I'm just going to go take a look here. Okay. Is item 7.2, which is the tax levy tolerance discussion. I believe there is a presentation. And there it is. We'll turn it over to administration for their presentation.
Yeah, okay. Good morning. So as you know, we've commenced the four-year budget process. You've seen the operating and capital investment outlooks. We've closed the 2025 financial year end. You finalized the municipal tax levy this morning and will approve the final supplemental capital budget adjustment of the 2023 to 2026 budget in June. You've created your priorities, and in the coming weeks, you will see the strategic outcomes and performance indicators. In the coming months, we are bringing reports on the corporate user fee policy, a capital assessment investment policy, and an update on the non-residential tax base. As we continue building the four-year budget, one of the key components is to understand the tax tolerance, as this helps us with our decision-making process. We don't need specific number today, but we do need an idea of what council is comfortable with. So as we heard earlier this week, there are many priorities that council would like to advance, and if we had unlimited funds, we could do everything, but unfortunately that is not the case. Administration's goal is to bring forward a budget that is reasonable and helps to advance council's priorities. The final tax levy decision will be made in the fall with the approval of the budget. With me here today to answer any questions is Nancy Chow, our budget director, Milat Petragara, the principal advisor for finance, and Anton Zabo from assessment and taxation. Pass over to Stacy.
So you saw this slide in the previous presentation. The city prepares a balanced budget, ensuring that the revenues we have are sufficient to cover expenses. Taxes are required to fund the city's expenses after you consider all other revenues like transit, recreation, transit and recreation fees, franchise fees, licenses, fines, and dividends. Next slide. The forecast tax increases that are outlined on this slide reflect the forecast tax increases presented at the operating investment outlook in January of this year. There were three basic assumptions that underpinned the operating investment outlook. The first assumption used in developing the operating investment outlook is that the current 2026 service levels for all tax-supported services are maintained for the duration of the forecast, and no assumptions are made on enhancing service levels. This means that if a service level in 2026 was above or below council's preference, that service level was maintained in the forecast. So if we're not currently hitting our service standards defined by policy, these tax increases don't include resolving those issues. And they don't include any enhancements for anywhere where you might like to increase the service levels overall. The second assumption is that the operating budget is balanced each year using tax levy increases. So this means the annual net operating requirement, which is effectively the difference between the expenses you need and the revenues you have, is funded with additional property tax. You can achieve a balanced budget in other ways, including reducing expenses or increasing other non-tax revenues. The final assumption made was that we were operating in a low capital growth intensive scenario. So for many city services, as Edmonton grows, there's also a need to grow the facilities or assets to maintain service levels. And as service capacity is physically bounded by existing infrastructure, that means that you need to grow those also, but our forecast is based on a low intensity growth. So unless alternate direction is received here today, administration will use the OIO forecast as the tax tolerance that we use internally for developing the administration generated proposed budget. Next slide, please. The report goes on to identify 4 primary drivers that contribute towards tax increases. So I'll talk a little bit, we'll talk through all 4 of those drivers of tax increases. It is more expensive to deliver the same level of service today than it was to deliver that service previously due to inflation and a growing city. So to provide the same level of services year over year, costs increase to accommodate inflation. And in general, it costs more each year to deliver services as prices increase. Edmontonians experience price increases, and those are measured through the Consumer Price Index. The city's basket of goods is different, and it's measured by the Municipal Price Index, and that includes things like wage increases approved through the collective bargaining agreements, increases in fuel and utilities, and higher costs for materials and goods. A growing and expanding population. When the city expands, we require more roads and infrastructure to accommodate that growing population and their ability to access the services. So for example, more roads and neighborhoods will require additional snowplows and operators to ensure a consistent level of snow removal year over year. You can see on this chart that in general, expenses have outpaced population plus inflation, and we've got 2 different lines, one for Consumer Price Index, one for Municipal Price Index. This can occur for many reasons, also including enhancements of service that in turn benefit Edmontonians. The city's population growth over the last few years has been at a rapid rate. For the Census Metropolitan Area, the CMA, we were the fastest growing CMA in Canada between 2024 and 2025. The increase in population leads to increases in construction as people need places to live. So while we've talked about population from the perspective of service provision, there's also a relationship with real tax growth in revenue. This slide shows the 5-year compound annual growth rate, and you can see that population is growing faster than the real tax growth for both the residential and non-residential. In general, residential properties consume more services than they contribute in taxes. And in general, non-residential properties contribute more in taxes than they consume in services. And just as a reminder, non-residential properties are taxed higher than residential properties, and our current ratio is roughly 1 to 3. When the growth in tax revenues doesn't keep pace with the growth of population, we experience greater budget pressure as we try to manage providing the same level of services to Edmontonians. And if we look at the last 3 years, so the chart on the side there, the average population growth was 4.5%, while the average real tax growth was 2.1%. While a proposed tax increase may not be a large increase for a homeowner on a monthly basis, it is important to remember, as noted on the previous slide, that we tax non-residential at 3 times the rate, and the non-residential growth is important for the city's fiscal sustainability. This is a key thing to keep in mind when we're determining tax tolerance. The city's share of non-residential real growth has declined in large part because of the discrepancy of tax rates within the region. And this is something that we're working hard to correct and is a component of the prioritization of economic development. We've included in the attachment the mill rate comparisons for the region. So you see that up on the slide, but you can see that Edmonton has the highest non-residential mill rate in the region. The declining share of the regional tax base does have a potential to create a negative cycle that can feed itself. So as our non-residential tax base grows insufficiently, but our population continues to grow, our expenditure budget will also continue to grow. This drives up the tax levy. As the tax levy goes up, it's apportioned to relatively fewer businesses and properties, which increases the non-res tax rate. As our non-tax rate pulls apart from the region's average, it can further incentivize the private sector to non-residential investment outside of the city of Edmonton and into the surrounding areas. And if this continues to happen, municipalities absorb more of the non-res real growth, we end up with a cycle that repeats itself. Takes many years for this to happen, but it's a trend that we're monitoring. So again, determining tax tolerance, we need to keep in mind the impact on residents and also on non-residential properties. I'm now going to pass it over to Malap to cover the remaining slides.
Thanks, Stacey. The third driver of tax increase is the slow growth of non-tax revenues. You have seen this slide a number of times. It illustrates how over the years, non-tax revenues from items such as user fees has not increased at the same rate as tax revenues, and therefore has placed an additional burden on the amount needed to be collected through property taxes. Next month, a report will be coming on the corporate user fee policy. I'm highlighting one example here to show how important that report is. In a 6-year span, transit service expenditures have grown significantly faster than revenues. This is due to record high operating costs that include operator overtime and inflationary costs to provide transit service as a result of wage increases, fuel prices, and costs for parts for maintenance. The effect of this is that the city is spending $100 million more per year to subsidize transit today than it was 6 years ago. That pressure is borne by the tax levy. City services evolve to meet the needs of their residents, and Edmonton is no exception. The final factor that impacts tax increases is new services, service enhancements, and operating impacts of capital. Listed on this slide are just a few examples. On this slide, we'll be discussing tax tolerance. Tax tolerance refers to the amount of property tax both non-residential and residential property owners are willing to pay and find acceptable. Unlike the provincial and federal government's income and consumption tax revenue streams, which have broad exposure to economic movement and can thus grow and shrink without a corresponding tax rate change, municipal property taxation in Canada follows a budget-based approach. When property market values fluctuate over the budget-based approach, tax revenues remain stable and unchanged. An advantage of the budget-based approach is that property tax revenues are stable during periods of economic downturns and falling assessment values. A drawback is that the city's real tax-based growth in recent years has been observed below the rate of economic growth, in part due to insufficient real growth of the non-residential assessment base. A consequence of the budget-based approach is that the total tax levy does not automatically adjust to changes in property assessment value, and as we have showed in recent years, real tax growth has been insufficient due to lower levels of non-residential building construction. This means that when council sets the tax levy each year, it must balance the expenditure budget growth through a tax levy increase. This feature of budget-based taxes raises questions about what level of tax increase, if any, is appropriate. There is no universally accepted method for determining the optimal level of municipal property tax increase. There is no right or wrong level of tax increase. Ultimately, you as council determine what the appropriate level of tax increase should be, based on the determination of what property owners are able and willing to pay. There are, however, economic impacts in the form of financial pressures on residential taxpayers and pressures on business properties and their viability, as well as the business competitiveness environment in Edmonton relative to the region and other large Canadian cities. This report presents the same 3 benchmarks identified in the Operating Investment Outlook, presented to Council on January 27th. First is inflation plus population, shown as the green line. This benchmark aims to maintain per capita spending after adjusting for inflation. However, because this is only measuring the tax increase, this method is not ideal as it double counts population growth, as tax increases occur on top of real assessment growth revenues, which are a result of new taxable properties from population and economic growth. For this reason, population plus inflation is better suited as a benchmark for total operational spending. Forecasted tax increases are higher than this benchmark every single year of the outlook, leaving no additional tax room for further tax increases to advance council priorities. The only exception is 2030, where there is 0.2% of tax room. The second benchmark is household income growth, shown as the orange line. This is the household affordability benchmark. While property tax is an indirect tax that is not directly based on income, for most households it is typically paid out of income. Should tax increases fall above this benchmark, it will mean that for many Edmonton households, particularly those with lower and middle incomes, their property taxes will grow at a higher rate than their incomes. This will mean that taxes will grow as a share of household spending, eating into other areas of spending, savings, and investments. Since tax increases are forecasted well above median family income growth, which ranges from 1.6 to 2.8%, property taxes will grow at a higher rate than household incomes. Using this benchmark, there is no tax room available in any year. The third is economic growth, represented by nominal GDP growth rate, shown as the purple line. Tax increases at the rate of nominal GDP growth would enable the municipal government sector to maintain its share of local economy GDP over the forecast period. Nominal GDP is forecast to grow by 5.5% in 2027, 5.3% in 2028, and in the range of 3.2 to 4.5% from 2029 to 2036. The forecasted tax increases for 2028, 29, and 30 fall below this benchmark, providing 0.9% of tax room in 28, 0.6% of tax room in 29, and 0.5% of tax room in 2030. For all other years, the forecasted tax increases are either at or above the benchmark, providing no additional tax room. Edmonton is not unique. Most cities have similar challenges. Establishing a budget and determining resource allocation is one of the most significant things you will do in order to execute on your priorities. Thank you for your time. We're happy to answer any questions you have.
Great. Thank you for the presentation and the final remarks, because I think you're bang on with that. As you see on this report, so this is for information only. If I want to just check with the clerk on that, but maybe just to make this kind of clear, as I heard in the initial statements, if we don't put a motion on the table from anybody here, it's the indication that those numbers that are presented in terms of the percentage is what your team will kind of go off. Is that a correct statement before we open up to the floor, Mr. Robar?
That is correct.
Okay. Okay, so with that, we'll open up for questions, because we'll start there, and if anyone has something come on, you will have a chance. We will start with Councillor Jans.
Thank you for this. Are you able at this time to show us what the dollar figures would be around these percentages?
I can show you or I can talk about it based on 2026.
Could you do that, please?
So I assume what you want to know is how does this impact a typical homeowner? Okay, so you have passed a 6.9% tax increase in 2026. So that means that the typical impact on a residential property is $4 per month or $50 per year per $100,000 of assessment. If you apply that to a typical home, which is the median sort of single-family home, that is $21 per month or $250 per year. And if you apply that on the non-residential side, it's $14 per month or $163 per year per $100,000 in assessed value. And then on the non-res side, it's very hard for us to determine what a typical non-residential property is worth, but it wouldn't be worth $100,000.
So could you tell me what the impact would be of a 10% property tax increase?
So that would be, so if I start with residential per 100,000, it is $6 per month, $73 per year. Per 100,000. For the typical property, assuming that next year's typical property is similar, it is $30 per month or $359 a year. And for the non-residential, it is $20 per 100,000 or $20 per month per $100,000 of assessment, or $236 per year per $100,000 assessment.
Okay, so if I'm paying somebody $300 to shovel my sidewalks over the winter, over 3 months, what equivalent property tax increase is that? Would $300 be?
If you're a homeowner,
Let's say, just easy math, let's say that I'm paying somebody $100 to shovel my sidewalks. I'm a homeowner in a residential area, and in my home, I'm paying $100, and let's say my home is valued at $500,000.
Around 8.5%.
So 8.5%, that's the $100 I'm paying. Okay, and then let's say I caught a photo radar ticket and it's $200. What property tax increase would that be? About 17%? A one-time payment, but that would be okay.
Microphone there, sorry, yeah.
Sorry, your mic, yeah. I think she was commenting on how I'm an excellent driver and I'd never do that.
I said, like, unless you're getting $200 worth of tickets a month, that's a one-time expense.
Okay. So if my Netflix subscription that I pay every month is going up in price $2, how much of a property tax increase is that?
So I'm just
Sorry,
gonna-
sir, I just wanted to, like, is there
I'm just really trying to
purpose?
contextualize what these numbers are, because I'm asked to give tax tolerance in percentages, and I have no idea how to work with percentages, but I can visualize dollars on an average.
So I think a
house.
fair question is, should we start communicating our tax pieces in dollars versus percentages, which is a question I'm going to ask later, but feel free to take it now.
Through the mayor, thank you. Actually, I believe it's legislative, though. We're not allowed to. We have to use percentages. I believe St. Albert tried to do dollar figure tax pieces, and they were told they were. Could somebody help me here?
So let me just tell you my apprehension and anxiety with this. It's because we quote the typical homeowner, which in reality is the one person that we selected out of the 400,000 properties to represent. It's the median single-family home. And so for me to quote dollars, actually every household in this city experiences the dollars differently.
But none of us experiences percentages. Percentages is you may as well say in colors. What's your tax tolerance in terms of the Roy G. Biv rainbow?
Yeah, so
I'm somewhere in aquamarine. I don't know.
Yeah. I'm happy to communicate in terms of a 6.9% tax increase is $23.4 million, and the typical price of the home. I think where I'm struggling is converting people's own personal choices on how they spend their money into the equivalent tax increases.
Thank
that
you.
to me doesn't seem an appropriate
That's
comparison.
your time, Councillor Morgan.
So I'm going to get in the weeds a little bit here. I'm just curious. I was looking at the example about the widening fiscal gap with transit there. I mean, it looks like it just matches the rate as it goes, right? It's not, and we subsidize transit anyways. Like that's kind of a given, whether we're here or across the country.
Yeah, that's 100% totally fair. And what you'll see when we bring the user fee report is at one point in time, transit recovered 40 to 45-ish% of its operating costs from transit fares. It's now recovering close to 22 or 23%. And so you're seeing expenses grow for a number of reasons, including the fact that you've added new service, you've added LRT lines. But as you've been doing that, the dollar value subsidy is $100 million more than it was years ago.
Do we think that's like a fair assessment of the value of transit?
I'm not assessing the value. I'm simply telling you that if people are wondering why there are pressures on the tax levy, it is because we are spending more on certain services. And I just used transit as one example. It's not a value judgment, and when we bring the user fee policy, what we want to do is have a conversation about who should pay for what, and we 100% agree that there is a general subsidy that should be applied to transit, but we need to determine what amounts are those.
It does seem like we hear a lot about transit when that's the example I hear constantly when we talk about budget. So, and what I would love to see, and like, I don't know if you can speak to it or not, but I would just love to see like as a whole, right? Like the benefits to the city, the reduced wear and tear on a transportation network, the environment. There's a lot of costs that are saved by this subsidy that we provide.
Yeah, and those are the things we intend to capture through the general subsidy. So you'll see a bit more of that through the user fee discussions.
But not in this graph. Not in this graph here.
No, the purpose of this graph is to, like, we're trying to show you the drivers of tax pressure, and this is a legitimate driver of tax pressure. I'm like, you are free as council to determine what you want for a general subsidy, what you want for a price-specific subsidy. But those are all conversations that we should have. Transit's one example. It happens across the corporation. But you're part of that graph that Malap spoke to, where we've gone from being 60% user fee to 40% taxes to being the exact opposite, comes from decisions made around user fees and the decision on how much cost you want to recover.
I look forward to that conversation soon. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, I think maybe following up on the questions around fees, just the graph that shows that widening divide between tax and non-tax revenue. Just want to confirm that that does include all non-tax revenue, correct? So photo radar, provincial transfers.
Correct.
So I'm just wondering if we could tease out, like I'm worrying that we're expecting fees to cover too much of that gap. And so I was wondering if when the fee report comes forward on May 13th, we could actually separate out fee revenue from other non-tax revenue, just that we have a clear line of sight to tangle out those two compounding factors, or separate factors, I would argue.
We can look at like a visual representation of that too. That's something we can take away.
Perfect. I'm also wondering if it would be meaningful if we separated out debt servicing, because I assume that part of that widening gap is also just the increased cost of capital that we're facing, materials, cost of LRVs, things like that.
Yeah, we can split out the components.
Okay, really appreciate that. I think that will help ground that fee conversation. Okay, so going back to some of the metrics. So first of all, thank you for the work. I think it was really, really well done. It was a really helpful report and sparked a lot of thoughts in my mind. I wanted to dig into this question of growth plus inflation. And I'm not sure that I'm following the logic around population growth being a double count. And so one of those is that, first of all, we can have population growth without any new development. So there can be vacancy rates, there can be unabsorbed housing stock that can help accommodate some of the population. And then we've also shown clearly in the slides that residential growth doesn't pay for itself. So in my mind, population growth is still a really meaningful measure in terms of, expectations in our tax tolerance.
So, Councillor, on that particular component of the report, what it's trying to communicate is that there are a number of different benchmarks. One that is commonly used is population plus inflation, just to weigh where a tax increase is. What we're trying to say in that is that that's not always the most ideal benchmark, because tax revenues grow in two different ways. So the first way is through real growth. There's a certain amount of new construction, and before that's built into the proposed budget. So before a tax increase happens, the amount of tax growth revenue that we have that's already associated with the population growth is already in the budget. If we then use population plus inflation as a benchmark, it double counts population on both sides of that growth.
Not perfectly, but it does. Yeah.
But it, again, it's not perfect either way, and I think that there is an intuitive understanding. And I just think about, again, that's the methodology we use for the police funding formula. So we do seem to accept that as a growth component. on that budget item. And so I'm not sure why we wouldn't apply that logic. If that's a reasonable approach to how budgets need to grow, I'm not clear why we wouldn't on our broader budget.
So the slight difference on the police funding formula is you're funding their expenditures. And we agree that as a measure of expenditure growth, population plus inflation is a good benchmark. And that's what you're effectively doing with EPS here. It's different when you apply it to the net operating requirement and just tax levy.
But the net operating requirement reflects the growth that we are making in expenditures, right?
It does, and it also includes the growth that you're getting from added population in the city that are generating net new properties.
But
So
not cost neutral, new properties.
correct. It's not necessarily like a full double count.
Yeah, and so this is where I appreciate the caution and the lack of perfection around that, but I do think it's an important benchmark. I was also wondering, just in my last 45 seconds, if we have considered doing a 4-year rolling average of population plus inflation, because I think the other challenge that we're in, and were in last year and maybe continue to be in, is that periods of property tax that is below inflation, that catches up with us. And so that 10-year rolling average, I think, is a way to potentially capture that composite when maybe different decisions are made, and then other decisions are trying to balance those out.
I just need to think about that. Like, I think about if that was in place before the pandemic and we set a 10-year forecast, we would have still had a similar problem where in the out years, when you experience periods of high inflation through things that are not necessarily your control, you're still going to be trying to catch up.
Thank you very much. Before we go to Councillor Wright, I'm going to welcome our next guests here. We are very excited to be joined by the grade 6 class, another grade 6 class from Hardesty School in Ward Métis, represented by your councillor, Councillor Ashley Salvador right there, and your teacher, T. Renz, that's how I could say it. How do I say it? Aaron. Well, there you go.
Close.
Well, close doesn't count on this one. That's a fail for me. But I'm excited to welcome the class. I'm guessing you've done a tour. You've probably done a mock council already. Is that right? So who is the mayor from that mock council? Mayor, did you want to come down to the podium right here and tell us a little bit about what you discussed today? We're very excited to welcome you here. And first, please tell us your first name, Mayor.
Griffin.
Mayor Griffin, thank you very much for joining us. What was the topic you were discussing today?
Should Edmonton have a curfew for 11 p.m. for only under 16-year-olds?
Oh, and what did you decide?
We decided it was defeated.
It was defeated, so there will continue to be no curfew in the city for those. Yeah. Excellent. What was one reason that the decision was defeated?
That not many kids actually are outside after 11.
That's a great argument right there. I appreciate that. Well, thank you, Mayor Griffin, for you coming up to the mic. I'll let you grab a seat again, and welcome to the entire class. Thank you so much for joining us. We are in the process of talking about very early how we want to set up our 4-year budget. So council develops a 4-year budget. We spend not quite about $4 billion a year, which sounds like a lot of money until you hear the budgets of the provincial and federal governments, which are substantially more. What we're trying to decide is, how much do we want to spend versus seeing improvements in services, decreases in services. So we're just doing a bit of a high-level conversation to give guidance to our administration, and we're actually in the process of also engaging Edmontonians citywide right now. We've got a bunch of engagement sessions. When's the Ward Métis budget engagement session? Monday. So if you want to tell your family and yourselves, you're welcome to come out Monday at what location, Councillor Salvador? Highland School. If you come out to Highland School Monday night, we are doing a public engagement session where anyone is welcome to come share what you want to see in our next 4-year budget. And I always like to remind folks, especially those under 18, that even though you can't vote, our job here as council is to represent every single person in this city. So that includes yourselves. So if you want to see things, if you want to see us investing in something more, maybe something you want to see us doing less, you are welcome to come out to that budget engagement session, just like your families might be. So please come on out, and then for everyone else listening in, there's going to be 8 more engagement sessions, 1 in Ward Métis on Monday at Highland School. So thanks for joining us. You're going to now get to hear questions from Councillor Wright. Please go ahead. Did I clap yet? No, we didn't clap yet. Oh, my goodness. Sorry, I was too busy trying to remember to pitch the engagement sessions that I forgot that. So welcome. Thank you. Councillor Wright, please go ahead.
Thank you. I'm wondering if the clerk could throw up slide number 3, just for the information of the grade 6 class here, because by the time you go through school and finish university in 2036, if you do it in 4 years, you'll be looking at, or property owners would be looking at tax increases around 4.5% around that time. So, so this will impact you, these decisions that we're making today. But I do have questions in regards to this slide, and so I'm just wondering, the unapproved growth, so that to maintain service levels. So this is on the basis of we don't increase or improve our service levels in the next 10 years?
Sorry, microphone there, please.
Sorry, that's correct for the operating investment outlook. It does, do you want to just run through the categories? But it assumes no service enhancements.
Okay.
Yeah, that's correct. So it's the assumption made, because we need to land on assumption when we make the forecast, is that we're assuming what's delivered in 2026 approved budget continues every year going forward. On top of that includes all previously approved growth up until this point in time. So all the operating impacts of capital of previously approved growth are layered onto this. There's a subcategory of capital approved growth as well that is not yet approved, but we identify as needing to be approved in order to maintain that 2026 service level. So one example is an additional fire stations over this 10-year period.
Okay.
And then the fourth category is going to be critical infrastructure renewal that's also needed to maintain the 26 service level.
Okay, so that this wouldn't include parks or new amenities in new growth areas? Is that considered current service levels that would be maintained, or?
That is included. So any contributed growth from the development process, like a park or a road, that is all part of this, yes.
Okay, but just at the current service levels. So if we don't think those service levels are adequate now,
yes,
it'll be worse in 10 years.
That's correct.
Okay, so we'll still have those gaps. Okay, and then I just want to also understand the forecasts that you've done based on data at what date? I'm just wondering, does it take into account current conflicts, wars, oil blockades? I mean, our costs could continue to go up, right?
Yeah, so that's a good question, Councillor. It's a point-in-time forecast, and that forecast was completed as of early December 2025. So it's embedded within the economic forecast, the city's fall 2025 economic forecast, which is September 25.
So just to follow that, like close the loop on that, the fact that we're experiencing significantly higher prices because of global events, the magnitude of those, which we're working hard to understand internally, are not likely reflected in full here.
That's what I was afraid of. Okay, and I just also, if you can just maybe clarify for me, I think sort of in the past, it looks like we've relied more on covering these escalating costs through property taxes rather than user fees, permitting, those kind of things. Is that right? As our grants have reduced?
I think that is what that one slide sort of indicates, is that all of your other revenues, user fees included, are not growing in the same way as expenses are growing and it's placing additional pressure on the tax levy. At the highest order, that's what we're trying to explain.
Okay, thank you, that's all I have.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford?
Thank you for this presentation. You kind of answered one of the questions that I had, but I kind of want to dig into it a little bit more around the growth pieces. So in that chart on page 3 of the slideshow, the 4.4, all of those numbers include the growth that has been approved, and then, so for example, if we're talking about 6, does it include all 6 proposed fire halls or just 1 or 2? Like what's, when you say we've got some critical things for service maintenance, what are those things?
In terms of your question on fire halls, I believe this forecast includes 6 or 7 growth fire stations over this 10-year period. We can come back with the exact number and with some of the other components.
I think this is where, so like again, like I know this is an information report, but this is where, first of all, it's an information report that reinforces a lot of what I've learned through this process, is just the sheer fact that the pressures continue to grow and the revenue opportunities and funding doesn't match the pressures that we're experiencing, and we continually have to rectify that. The reason I bring this up is because we've got like a debate that was tabled around growth of arterial roads, and there's a growth conversation on the transit garage, and I'm seeing a lot of unfunded packages coming forward for debate around growth capital projects. And that kind of concerns me, because when I look at this chart, it really indicates that we're going to have to really constrain growth to stay within this tax tolerance. Is that fair to say?
I think that's fair. Like, you're going to have to constrain spending, and that probably, and you've been wanting to focus on renewal, and so that constrained spending will likely appear on the growth side, but recognize that you need to make certain decisions in order to at least be able to grow the way you want to grow.
Yeah, and like when we think about transit, we're not also talking about just improving transit. We really have to have a hard conversation at the 4-year budget to maintain what we already have with some of the renewal requirements in those pieces, correct?
That's correct.
Is my understanding correct on that? Okay. And then I really, really liked your slide on the sort of the negative feedback loop with the non-res components. And I did want to ask, you know, when we have this chart and the table in the attachments that talks about the different region, what municipalities have like that machinery tax or those other, like, because that one is one that I know we don't have as a city, but others do, and does that change the ratio?
I'm gonna maybe see if Anton is
Yep, I can speak.
There we go.
I can speak to that, Councillor Rutherford. So yeah, agreed. That wouldn't necessarily affect the actual ratio itself, but it could affect the taxes paid by a specific property. So if we're talking about a property that's very heavy machinery equipment, let's say it's 80% pipes and processing components, then yes, they could be paying more taxes in the region than they're paying here because they pay machinery equipment, they pay the same rate on that portion of the assessment. But if their assessment is only 5% machinery equipment, then it's a different story, right? So it's very property specific based on that. But certainly when we're looking at trying to attract new development into Edmonton, we should be highlighting to those properties that are heavy in machinery equipment that we are actually more competitive than the ratio suggests.
Okay, that's great to know. And I think if I understand correctly, with this information, you will be looking at correcting that negative feedback loop, considering economic development is such a high priority for this council.
That's a long-term goal, yeah.
Yeah, okay, perfect. And then my last question is, is now the appropriate time, or when would you like direction on a reevaluation of the EPS funding formula? Not in terms of whether we have or don't have a funding formula, but the actual math of that funding formula.
If you want it by the budget, I need to know that immediately. If it was, it depends when you want it. If it was
Well,
something
for
that
when
you
we are
would
making the
use,
decision.
yeah, if it's something that you would use to inform maybe future supplementary budget adjustments, potentially. Even now, the timing is pretty tight to bring you a fulsome analysis.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Palmer.
Thank you very much, Mayor Knack. So just to look at the widening fiscal gap, does it include, when we look at the actual revenues, where is the subsidy programs? Like, where are the subsidy programs shown in these, and will that come forward in the user fee discussion?
What do you mean by subsidy programs? Just
Well, it's my understanding that some people, like on the leisure access pass, like that they have even greater subsidies of ETS fares.
Okay, so something like the Leisure Access Pass, it's effectively captured in there because you have the expenses of the community facilities, but you have, in the case of Leisure Access Pass, 75% discounts for program services or free admission. So the fact that there is no revenue associated with that is ultimately gets captured in those graphs.
Okay, and so for me, it's looking like since, for the past 20 years, it seems like it's just gotten wider and wider in terms of, maybe that's not 20 years, but we just keep on widening that gap in between our expenses and our revenues. And it feels to me as if if I look at ETS, it's like we actually want to invest more into ETS, and that's just going to even widen the gap even more. And it looks to me like we are subsidizing almost everyone at the cost of not being able to upkeep with the growth of the expenses. And so will you come to us in that user fee discussion? Because sometimes I think that there are people who can pay and absolutely will pay, but we subsidize everyone to a point of not being able to actually use those revenues to grow even more.
So when we bring you user fees, there are services that we apply a general subsidy to, and transit's one of them. We will walk you through the concept of a general subsidy where there's public benefit offered by the service in the municipality, and we'll walk you through the difference between a general subsidy and a more targeted subsidy, which is what your low-income or age-based subsidization is. We'll have a conversation about cost recovery, what do you intend, and we'll walk you through how those things should impact how user fees are established.
Okay, I think that's great. I think in terms of transit, there isn't any transit in the world that makes money, right? Is that correct?
Yeah,
I think that's...
I was just going to say the same thing as Stacy. They're all subsidized to some degree. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's why you can't. We as a city, there are public services that businesses wouldn't take on because we are creating a public good for it. The question is, how much should that public good be subsidized, I think, moving forward, especially as we look to grow. If we want to grow these services, we are going to need to look at different revenue streams on how to help us get to that growth.
Yeah, completely true. And there's lots of the municipality subsidized lots of things, roads included, things that we can't necessarily charge a fee for.
Yeah, exactly. So I think roads, I also think like rec centers, we know that rec centers don't make money either. We constantly lose money on that, and it'd be great to understand the fees, because I think that even when I look around the city and when I look around the region, our fees tend to be lower still, and we're providing quite a large service. So it'd be nice to make sure that we're keeping up. I know cost increases aren't popular in terms of user fees, but for me, what I'm seeing is that other areas are not subsidizing it to its max, and those areas are able to grow more and build more arenas and build more soccer areas because they are charging so that the people who can pay will pay, and those that are subsidized should be subsidized. And I think that if we, is looking forward to that user fee discussion to be able to do that. In terms of the four, as we look at year to year for tax tolerance, is there anything that we could do from a tax smoothing perspective in terms of, the 4 years? We're going to have some higher years. We see year one is over 5% and the others at 4%. Have we ever considered, or could we do something like tax smoothing where we take an average of that, put the, put that money towards, some sort of reserve fund and paid as we went along?
So we generally look at tax smoothing as part of the process. We do it in a couple of different ways. We will often look at the service packages to determine, does every service package in the budget need to start day one of year one? So some of the smoothing happens naturally as we pick up service. You approve the service packages, but the service enhancement might not start till year two or year three.
Okay.
Then often at the end, where we're seeing variation between the years, we'll look to use the FSR as a potential smoothing mechanism.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you, and thanks so much for the report. Just coming back to to the benchmarking chart, wanted to build on a question that was asked just around sort of the forward-looking nature, 10 years into the future. Do we have a historical version that shows the previous 10 years? Do we have that on hand?
The previous 10, you want the benchmarks looking back, or you want tax increases?
Basically the exact same chart that's in front of us that shows the benchmarks against tax increases.
I know so we have the data, but we don't have it compiled.
Okay, I'd be really.
But we could do that.
I'd be really interested to see that, just to understand sort of the longer time horizon and what things might look like over time. If there's sort of a leveling off or a smoothing out, if, for several years, we might have been below a number of those benchmarks with tax increases. What does that look like? So I'd appreciate that. Another question is property appreciation from the perspective of homeowners reflected in the median household's income?
Sorry, is property
appreciation? Yeah, is it reflected in what we have for the median household income?
I believe, and I hope Felicia's still online, but median household income is median household income on your tax return. It is your household income that you would report to the federal government. So it's not a wealth indicator, it's truly an income.
Right. Is there value in capturing the appreciation component?
I guess I don't know that you would need to capture, you would need to look, I think, to some measure of wealth.
Right.
As opposed to, because if you only capture property tax increases, agreed that there's growing wealth, but I think that becomes a very complicated thing for us to be able to show you.
So, Councillor, I think what we're trying to communicate with this slide is the cash flow perspective. So, the median household has a certain amount of income coming in terms of a revenue cash flow, and then they have a number of expenses going out. The property tax bill to the city is an expense going out. The value of their assets, even if there is appreciation, won't influence those two things. So we're just trying to show it from how much they're making versus how much they're paying out into taxes.
Right. Yeah, and I appreciate that. Just from my perspective, being able to have that additional indicator might be another helpful data point. And then one more question. I also appreciated the slide that spoke about the non-res tax base and sort of the spiral that we can see where we have insufficient growth. I don't know who could answer this one, but I'm wondering about, how are the consequences of that cycle? And, we know this is happening. How is that informing our approach to growth management and the pacing and phasing of expansion? How do we make sure that these bodies of work are really integrated so that we're trying to mitigate that risk the best that we can?
So Councillor Salvador, you may have seen I sent a memo earlier this week around all of the growth planning initiatives that we are doing, really focused on the actions we're taking to implement city plan, thinking about how we grow within our redeveloping communities to meet that 50% growth, but also how we are supporting investment and attraction in our city through the Economic Action Plan, the Industrial Investment Action Plan, and our downtown plan as well, which are all key directions and actions that we'll take to build our non-residential tax base. We have grown significant in the last couple of years in terms of that residential, and so turning our attention to how we support the non-residential pieces is important.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Yeah,
Thank you. And so, looking at slide 7 of the presentation, I think page 3 of the report, I'm going back to the idea of that double count of population. Given that our residential growth is vastly outpacing our non-residential growth, I'm concerned that new assessment revenue is failing to cover the actual cost of our population growth because it has to be offset by the non-residential growth as well, which is why I think we're so focused on economic development right now. But I'm just wondering about that, the double count in that context.
Yeah, Councillor, that's exactly right. So I think there's two distinct issues here, or two different topics. One is the net cost of the average residential property, where the cost is greater than the total revenues they bring in, needing the non-residential base to help balance that expenditure budget. The second is a benchmark for determining appropriateness or tolerance for tax increases. And that's the issue where we're administration's position is that the population does double count because we also previously count in the real growth from the residential sector and all the new houses.
Okay. Let me put it this then. So we know that the growth of property itself in relation to population growth has a lag time. And so every year, we are assessing on the previous year's value of the property we have, not the new growth of population, and certainly not growth in property that will be coming online due to that population growth. Right?
Yeah, I think it's a fair point on the system and how it operates.
So I'm just really curious about that framing then.
So the framing of double counting?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like taking those very real world considerations into consideration. The framing on paper is great, but in the real experience of city growth, it may not be accurate.
And maybe I'll put it this way. It's not an invalid benchmark, and you're well within your purview as council to set that as the tax tolerance benchmark. I think what we're identifying for you is that in doing that, there is an element that could be considered double counting so that then you establish it, you're able to answer the question, or you're able, like, people may come to you and be like, but what about real property growth? Like, you capture that already, so why would you capture it again? It's within your purview to look at. It's a better indicator for expenses than it is for tax tolerance, but it's not invalid as tax tolerance. We just need to be able to communicate to people when they ask us that question.
Sure, but then I would submit that it is literally not a double count in real world application because it can't be due to functions of time and due to the lack of non-residential growth. Because when population grows, we're still getting that demand on our services and our infrastructure, but we don't have the corresponding property growth itself to offset that population pressure.
But remember, we do capture supplemental assessment, right? So I agree,
Sure.
It's not perfect.
Yeah.
And so, like,
I'm just
perhaps
saying
how we're describing it is not perfect. I would argue it's also not completely excluded.
Sure, yeah. Okay, so moving on a little bit, I'm also a little bit concerned about the MPI calculations. So right now it's I would say, very difficult to calculate because of world events. And probably what we're going to find this year is, unless we see something drastic going the other way in the next 6 months, 8 months of the year, we're going to be hit pretty hard. Every municipality is, because we rely on asphalt and steel and concrete and fuel prices, and a lot of that is tied into petroleum markets. So are we capturing that in our projections?
So we have captured elements of that in the project. What we haven't captured, because we did the OAO and the CIO earlier in the year, we have not captured the world events that have just happened, and we are working through that.
Thank you very much. Councillor Clark?
Great, thank you. I'm going to start with it, just kind of boiling some of this down, and then I'll lead to your questions. Just give me a second. I know it's not usually how we kind of do this, but go with me on this one. Okay, so kind of embrace it all down. I see the percentage increases. That's, to keep up with the services that we have, maintain those. There's a few growth things in there. I think we all understand that and see where those numbers are. I think when I look at with the benchmarks, and I really appreciate the presentation on that, the one that resonates for me, and I think makes the most sense, is the median household income growth rate. I think if you tie that as a benchmark, as really a starting point, everyone would love to see 0%, but that's not realistic. But at that 1.8 to 2, if that's a starting point, I think that's a realistic thing. If you can communicate to residents and say, as your income goes up, and inflation and population, all that, so do also the property taxes. So I guess my question on if that was something that wanted to look as a benchmark and kind of starting there, how can that actually be realistic in place over this 4-year budget? Is that something as a benchmark that could start in the final 2 years because it gets closer to that number, or can it really be in the first 2 years? Is that even something with everything, the commitments are in place? If you understand that kind of train of thought question.
So your benchmark would be income?
Income growth level, the percentage, right?
So I just wanted to.
So 2.1, 2.6, 2.8 is how we have it outlined, right?
Yeah, so if you want your tax tolerance to be increase in wages, you need to reduce significantly, because that graph shows you our forecast is well above those.
Yeah, and I understand that. And look, that would be, to try to get some numbers, would be a pretty big percentage number as we go through that 4-year, right? And especially in the first 2 years of it would be even more so. And I'm not saying that should be the number. I'm just saying that is sort of the benchmark or a starting place, right? And that's sort of my question on it. Is that a potential frame? Is that viable if we want to look at obviously making all those choices moving forward?
If you set the tax tolerance at 2%, we would bring you a budget that had 2%. Whether that budget was palatable to you and or Edmontonians would be a different question. And so I think there are other things coming towards you. We're gonna have a conversation around your priorities, and then ultimately a conversation around potential trade-offs that you would have to make. I feel comfortable saying at that level, the trade-offs are very significant.
Yeah, and I get that, and that's sort of is it even feasible, right? With the things, anything's feasible, I get it, and it's our kind of preview on that, but
Yeah.
Would that be it? And especially in that 27 and 28 time, when the gaps would be so big compared to the other ones they're projected. Okay.
We can do many things. I would suggest, if that's where you want to go, perhaps a longer term strategy to get there might be a thing that is easier for us administratively to do, but that would be more of a shocking change to a budgetary process.
Totally understand. Okay, I think that's great clarity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can you take the chair, Councillor Clark?
I can.
Thank you. And just I want to maybe put some reality behind, that's a fair conversation we could have and very valid. Realistically, based off growth and a variety of other factors, if we were looking to target something like that, we would have to touch the big five, right? We would have to touch policing, transit, fire rescue, neighborhood renewal, And, sorry? Yeah, like that, is that a fair comment?
That's correct.
Yeah, there is no scenario, because those account for the majority of our budget, that you could, considering the expansion, you could not get to that level unless you chose to reduce those core services.
That's correct.
Yeah, and that's maybe a very valid conversation with council, so I'm not suggesting we shouldn't have it, just I want to put that reality in front of everyone of exactly what that means. So I want to go back to the numbers that you have proposed, because I do understand it's lower than the last 4 years, and each year moves us further down in the right direction, I think, of what Edmontonians would hope for us to achieve. I've heard that through some answers to other questions, if we allow you to go forth with what you've currently suggested, that assumes no increase in services. But what it doesn't take into account yet is the trade-off conversation and our priorities that we have just approved, correct?
That's correct.
So through these next conversations, you have now council 4 strategic priorities. You're going to come forward to us in the next coming months here to say, if you would like to truly prioritize those 4 things, which would include an improvement in services in certain areas, here are the things you're going to have to stop doing in order to do that and stay within the number that you've proposed.
Correct.
So we have that chance to have that conversation. That's good to know. Great. I do appreciate the conversation I've been hearing around sort of the population growth and factoring it in. I am wondering if it's a little bit of 6 of one, half a dozen of the other right now, only because population growth, and maybe this is Ms. Muthiardi is there on the line, I see. Population growth with the changes to inflation are likely to be more in that range of 2% versus the last couple of years, which have been 4, 5, 6%. Correct? That's now our economic assumption?
On the population growth side, there's still a lot of uncertainty around inflation expectations, particularly given recent global geopolitical developments.
But the population growth part of that equation is expected to be lower now because of the immigration changes.
That is correct.
Yeah. So because I don't actually disagree with my colleagues about, I think in my mind, population growth is a more relevant factor, but I also think that population growth and inflation is likely going to be around the numbers that you've proposed in the OIO. The question I'm grappling with is, if we do have an anomaly year, should we give you that clarity and direction that we're willing to use that number if suddenly immigration rules change back to what they were and we see another 6% year? And that's what I guess I want to check in with you.
I think like at any point through the fall supplementary budget process, if you saw a desire to change, you would just have to direct that to us in enough time for us to be able to bring you the adjustments.
And I think maybe because the proposal for 27 is the highest of the 4, but working its way down, if we saw through 26 a continued larger increase in population, we could talk about that for 28, 29, 30 as part of the 27 discussions. Is that?
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Okay. Last question that I have, just around the dollar versus percentage. I think Councillor Chan's asked that at the start. At the end of the day, whether you use percentage or dollar amount, you still run into that same uncertainty for the average resident, right? And I think what I have found over 12 years is that when we say an average of X percentage, people say, well, mine went up 10, and so why did that happen? So I'm not sure I feel the same issue happens, but dollars are actually a more tangible thing than the percentage, and I just wanted to ask you about, can we do it if we actually gave that direction?
I think dollars are truly, truly harder, because when we tell Edmontonians it's going to go up 5% and they experience 7%, we can explain that. If I tell Edmontonians it's going up $350 because I'm talking about a typical property, then now I'm explaining 3 different things. Why did you experience something different from the average, and your home is different than the typical home? Like, it becomes, I think, harder In my view, the easiest way to communicate it is per 100,000, so people can do their math quickly.
I'm out of time. I'll move a second round though.
Second?
Yep. I saw the chair, so I'd say please call the vote for the second round of questions.
We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. That's carried. Chair, back over to you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Clark. Next is Councillor Stevenson. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, I want to dig in further on the line of questioning that the mayor had. And so maybe part of this just comes down to my understanding of the operating investment outlook. Is this dynamic? Like, do we anticipate this being updated and changed?
No, this is an incredible amount of work. So as we work through the budget, we change the things that we need to change, but we do not continuously reforecast 10 years.
Okay, and so I think my worry then is that if we are saying, hey, we're sticking with OIO, let's say next year we see 10% inflation, we are always going to be below, like we're always going to be failing, right?
Yeah, and to be like, so we don't redo the 10-year forecast every single year. I mean, we could, but we would definitely need more resources to undertake that kind of forecasting on a continuous basis. But we also don't ignore those things. So when we see things happening around us and we see inflation creeping up and we see changes in the community and growth pressures, those are the things that we're using to inform the adjustments that we're bringing to you.
So the adjustments for sure, but my worry is that if we are as a council are saying, here's our benchmark, we're going to stay in this benchmark, and it's static, then I think the narrative will always be that we're failing in our benchmark. Whereas if we say it's dynamic, it's population and inflation on a 10-year rolling average so that we are maintaining services, again, that's evergreened, and that allows us to be responsive. I guess there's no one I can ask, there's no motion on the floor, but that's my concern. So I'm just wondering if we did want a different measure, is it just making a motion saying use population and inflation growth as a benchmark when preparing your budgets?
Yeah, it could be that simple. Like if it's not what's in the CIO, then just tell us what it is, and that's what we'll use to build the budget on.
Okay, I really appreciate that. And I hope none of this comes across as a criticism of the OIO. I think it's excellent work and really, really helpful. I think it helps manage expectations and set a baseline. My worry is just that, again, if we're saying this is what we're holding you to, there's not that external frame and the adaptability of it. But I'll maybe give that some thought. I think we might have some time over the break. Just wanted to understand, again, going back into inflation, and forgive me, this is probably outlined back in January, but when we're looking at the municipal price index, does that capture some of the particular pressures that we face around capital costs and like the debt repayment, I guess, in terms of, again, escalating materials, the cost of a fire truck, cost of LRVs increasing? Because again, those are growths in capital costs, but they have a direct operating impact through debt servicing.
Yeah, Councillor, we do factor that in. But again, like all the economic embedded forecasts in the OIO, they are a point in time.
Yeah.
So they're a point in time up until the end of 25, and they don't necessarily include all of the global events since that time.
Yeah, okay. I think that I will leave it there. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Jans?
Thank you. So I'm just trying to still figure out the dollars here a little bit. I pay, at my building, I will say the property value is $200,000. Parking in my building is $60. If I was to park on the street and had to pay a parking fee. For sake of the same, it's $60. Am I correct then that what tax increase would the equivalent of that be? Like, I'm trying to figure out if we start to price parking, how much would a $60 a month on a $200,000 property be? Is that a 2% tax decrease?
So you're charging property owners for parking?
Yeah. If that if we are, because I'm trying to figure out user fee impacts here. So if we were to bring in a parking charge, what would that be?
So I would need to figure out, like, I think, like, appreciate the question that you're asking. I would need to figure out, like, how much revenue is generated from that kind of parking and how does it lower the taxes, and then calculate that number. But I am not sure I can just apply a parking fee to a household.
Sure. Okay, I'll try another one. My household has 4 transit passes. If those transit passes go up $5 a month each, that's $20, and our home is valued at $400,000, what's the equivalent tax increase of that $20 a month on our $400,000 home?
So this is hard for me because not everyone has 4 transit passes that they're paying for. I really feel like the better way for us to have this conversation, and I get what you're trying to do, there is value in transit. It is a lower cost option for an element of your principle of affordability. The more you can offer that to people, the more affordable it is to live here. I don't know that I can translate that into individual into the tax savings.
Let's try rec center then. If my rec center fees go up $50 a year, what equivalent? Because that's what we're doing when we raise property taxes. We are covering transit fares. We are covering free parking. We are covering transit. We are covering rec center. Like, what is the trade-off of a user fee to a property tax? That's what I'm trying to equate.
And I can do it on a holistic basis, right? Like, if you're asking, like, how much does a 20% increase
then
in rec fees, what does that lower the tax levy? Then when I know that number, I can calculate what but I need to know, to put in my calculator, I need to know a $50 increase in user fees generates
But
this
when we're
many
showing a
millions
chart
in
that
income.
shows income here, taxes here, and then we're not factoring in that the way that would go down is user fee increases, cost of serve, like that's where I'm struggling here. Like, we can bend that curve by charging an extra $20 a transit pass to lower property taxes, but then in a family, is that an extra $100 a month? Like, there's one pocket, and I'm trying to figure out, are we charging that pocket based on user fees or charging that pocket based on property taxes? And that's where I'm struggling with this report.
Yeah, so this is why I think a methodology discussion about things like user fees is important, because then we have conversations around what is the general subsidy, what is the more targeted subsidy, and you can have the conversation around there's a general subsidy for public benefit, but a user pays for use. And so in a household where people ride transit, they're paying a bit for that use, right?
Yep.
And again, I think I can have it holistically. I'm just not sure it's fair for me to plug $100 a month into my sheet and say that that's the tax levy increase for everyone.
But if you're asking me to choose between a 5% or a 10% tax tolerance, there's a dollar figure on that. And so you're asking me to pick a percentage, right?
Because I'm asking you to tell me your target, honestly, I'm asking you to tell me what do you think you can get across the line from a vote? Like, right now.
So I don't know, because if the police come forward and say, we need this capital, we need this operating, and if you don't give it to us, we're going to the province and we're legislating it. And if we have an arbitrator come forward on collective agreements and say, this is the deal, it's X percent, it doesn't matter. Like, we are dust in the wind. That's what I've realized as a city council. We're dust in the wind.
Right, and we do our best to estimate those things. So we do our best to estimate what we think collective bargaining settlements will be. We've included in those numbers are in the forecast, right? And so it's not a perfect thing. We're making estimates, but right now, I'm gonna go, unless directed otherwise, I'm going with the OIO, because if I bring you a budget at 10%, half of you might be like, what are you doing? And if I bring it to you at 2% with cuts, another half of you might be like, what are you doing? So a general understanding of what you think you can tolerate and what you think this community can tolerate is helpful for me.
Thank you very much. Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so let's put it clear. I'm not getting anything in my inbox that says, I'm glad I'm getting higher taxes and not corresponding better services. To me, that's the metric right there. And so with that in mind, I guess the question would be, with what's going to come forward for council to deliberate on, will it take that sort of sentiment to heart? That people really, if it's a matter of shaving off $5 here or there, or they actually get the services they expect from the city, it's pretty loud and clear to me that people would rather pay that extra $5 or $6 a month. Is that something that we're going to be seeing in this, or are we, like, I'm not sure what you're going to be bringing forward based on what you're hearing today, but this is what I'm hearing from the public.
Yeah, so we're conducting the engagement right now. We are asking questions at engagement about, do you want higher taxes and more services, lower taxes, less services, many different things in between, to try and gauge.
I'll tell you what, if you ask me as someone who is not immersed in the budget and the realities of how things have to be derived financially, I'm always going to say I want better services and lower taxes. To ask people who are not educated in this and are not given the information that is essential to provide a good answer at these budget sessions, which is what I found, is kind of unfair, because then you set people up for expectations that may not actually be able to be matched in reality.
I understand your point. One of the things that we're finding is we did create a balance the budget tool that we are using at engagement, and that is helping us facilitate some of those questions with the people who are coming to participate.
Yeah, okay. Okay. So I want to talk a little bit about this, the tax number. Like, for example, Calgary has a 1.6% tax increase, even though it's not an increase, it's the budget growth. We don't use those words, but we probably should. And Edmonton has a 6.9 budget growth. Are you aware of the amount of money that Calgary's bringing in with their 1.6 versus our 6.9 in real dollars as property tax revenue?
I don't know that I'd be able to quote you that number, but
Okay. But the difference is...
we are well aware that their municipal increase is lower than ours.
For the budget growth, but their budget is much larger than ours. So their 1.6 is actually pretty commensurate in real dollars as our much smaller budget at 6.9, and that is intentional. We intentionally made a bunch of cuts. So when we're talking about cumulative tax increases and things like that, we're talking about cumulative tax increases on a much, much smaller starting budget size. And so I think that there's some issues here about how we communicate this with the public, because they may not be aware that we cut $1.9 billion out of the budget ongoing, and that therefore our 6.9%, while it sounds hefty, is actually not in comparison to Calgary's 1.6 as far as real dollars are concerned.
I take your point, and we do try to look across at other communities, and we frequently field questions about, why is the typical home in Calgary have lower taxes than the typical home here. It is difficult to compare.
I know why.
Because of size of budget and choices that you make to provide different types of services in the city.
Sure, but I think you get my point that there are a lot of factors, especially cost of living, which is $9,000 on average less in Edmonton than in Calgary, that factor into things that we don't talk about, and therefore the public is not getting an actual, accurate, and clear picture of how the finances work. And I don't know how we clarify that. I don't know if a motion is needed or if that's just should be an everyday part of how we communicate with the public.
Thank you very much. Those are all our questions. We'll take the lunch break to make sure if there's any motions that want to be created that can be. So we'll take our recess about 2 minutes early, but that's a perfect amount of time for all of my council colleagues who are here in person to join us outside on the stairs before the media scrum to do a quick little Oilers cheer video because we're in the playoffs. So grab your jersey, meet out on the front stairs in about a minute. We'll see you there.
Welcome back to the continuation of our city council meeting, which started on Wednesday, the 15th, is now back on Friday, April 17th. And the first thing I will do, I will start with the roll call before we get into everything. And I'll start with Councillor Principe.
Hello.
Hello. Councillor Morgan.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Jennings.
afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Rutherford.
Hello.
Hello. Councillor Tang.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Mayor Knack. Might be just coming in a minute. That's okay. We'll move on. Councillor Parmar.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Paquette. I think he'll be joining us shortly, I'm pretty sure. We'll move on. Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Elliott. Just in time.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Good. Okay, so we will continue on item 7.2, and clerk, refresh me. We finished our questions. We don't have a motion. Do we still have questions? We still have some questions. So we'll continue with that. I don't know if there's a motion on the table, so we will continue on the questions that we had in the report for 7.2 that's presented, and I will move to Councillor Rutherford.
So yeah, I guess I want to circle back to the question on the funding formula, as I have been going back and forth about a motion. So is it fair to say that if we would like to have a further conversation on ways that formula might better serve sustainably over the next 4 years? What direction do you need, and do you need it today?
If you're wanting to, so I guess there's a couple things. If you're wanting us to just report back on like the history or the trending of the formula and its impact on budget going forward, I think that is an information report that we could bring back in line with the budget. But if you actually wanted to change the funding formula, because of the way it's done now, the better timing for that is probably at the end of collective right now. The way the formula works is police get an adjustment to personnel for growth that lets them keep officers at the same per capita level that they've had, and it lets them adjust for inflation on non-personnel, and the city manages the settlement of collective bargaining and transfers the money over to them.
I guess in the chart that you showed us here with the tax tolerance bars, did you assume then that the same funding formula, is that factoring in the same funding formula continuing?
Yes, that is.
But so is there no checkpoint with the commission at which we would say, because we only approve the funding formula to the end of this 4-year budget, correct? We didn't approve that funding formula into perpetuity.
I believe the funding formula is, the funding formula exists until the formula does not exist, but we review our formulas we review our policies generally every 5 years. So the intent was always that we would review this at the beginning of the next cycle. It would be up for review in probably 2028.
But we would, so the budget that you are bringing us right now would include all of the continued increases and probably some projected caps that don't actually exist, because if we do any growth, then all of a sudden we've increased our expenditures, which also means that cap that you would have projected is actually not
That's
real.
correct, yeah.
So if people around this table are already concerned about those numbers and, talk about reflecting cost of living, we cannot actually get to those lower numbers without actually talking about the funding formula. Would that be fair to say? And even the mayor said it too, right? We have to look at the top 5.
Yeah, so Of which police are.
Yeah?
Yeah. It's a fair comment, I would just say, as administration. I follow the funding formula until such funding formula doesn't exist anymore.
And I don't want to debate whether we have a funding formula or not, but I didn't support the formula on the principle I didn't like the math. I didn't like that it was based on expenditures. I didn't like that collective bargaining was excluded. I thought the cap was too high, just to name a few things. I thought the four-year budget was an opportunity to say, okay, we tried that. Are those actually playing out the way we anticipated? Because we had foreseen, for example, that EPS would have hit that cap. And in practice, they actually never did. Correct?
Sorry. I believe, I'm just going from memory because I don't have the documents in front of me, but they're close to the cap, but you're right, they have not hit the cap.
Yeah, and as soon as we had debt servicing on growth, that's an expenditure, right? So we just approved bus growth, which will affect the expenditure rate in 2027 and float up that cap.
So the formula is based on civic, I can't remember the terminology, but it doesn't include things like
debt servicing?
Debt servicing.
Okay.
It includes just our civic operations.
So just in the last seconds, what do you need today, if you can send that to me, to give you direction on having a conversation about getting the right formula?
Perfect, thank you. I'm just logging back in, and of course I keep typing in the wrong password, because I'm going to welcome a few guests, actually. So first, before our other guest from a city close by, our friendly neighbors, and so I'm excited because you get to see our City Hall School. So we're welcoming a grade 6 class from Wine Law School in Ward Sapomitapi at the very top there. And your counselor is Counselor Joanne Wright. She's just to the side there. You can see her there waving frantically. Their teacher, Jay Slamka. Where are you, teachers? Hello, welcome, thank you. Now, you're on a City Hall tour. Excellent. Are you about to do a mock council? You already did a mock council, so where's the mayor? Mayor, can you come down to the podium here? I'd love to hear from you about what you just discussed. Mayor Farkas, do you have a City Hall school? Good, okay, I'm glad to hear it. Well, then you know this. So we make it a tradition that now when the classes come, we always bring down the mayor from the mock council and give him a moment to tell us what they discussed. Mayor, do you want to tell us your first name?
Armanger.
Armanger? Mayor Armanger, it is a pleasure to meet you. We're so excited to have you. We know you recently had a mock council meeting. What did you discuss?
We discussed that, should Edmonton have free buses for K-12 or no? And we should not have K-12 buses for free is one, and the other one did not win.
So no free buses for K-12.
No free buses.
Disappointed. That's all right. But tell us why. Yeah, tell us the reason. What was one of the reasons you made that decision?
So, everybody's some people from for who they wanted to be the ones who wanted to kind of the people who wanted to get who wanted to make councils free.
Yeah.
No buses free.
Mm-hmm.
They voted for not being free because they liked the other people's speeches and were more not biased and about themselves, and they were more kind of fair.
They kept an open mind and they were convinced by the others about why they shouldn't do it. That is great. That means you did an amazing job as mayor to make sure you created an environment where people could freely share their thoughts, hear different ideas. So thank you so much, Mayor. We appreciate you being here. We appreciate the whole class being here. So we're going to give you a big round of applause. Thank you. You're welcome to grab your seat. As you're walking up and you look to your right, you're going to see another mayor. And for those in the back, I'm going to bring, this is my other guest here. Mayor Farkas, do you want to stand up here? Stand up here. So for the grade 6 classes, let's give Mayor Farkas a round of applause. Mayor Farkas is the mayor from the city of Calgary. We just had a great meeting talking about how we can continue working together, because we know that when Calgary and Edmonton are working together, we make a stronger Alberta and a stronger Canada. And so it's great, even though we can occasionally have rivalries, with our hockey teams and our football teams. Oh yeah, Councillor Paquette's still wearing his jersey there. That wasn't meant to rub it in, sorry. Well, you'll be back in the playoffs. We know you're going to be there. You got a great new arena getting built. We'll have the friendly rivalries, but at the end of the day, we actually get along really well. We work together really well. There's a heated rivalry. Mayor Farkas and I will not have a heated rivalry. All right. Well, this meeting's adjourned, everyone. That's right. Mayor Farkas did actually share a shower with a radio host in the city of Calgary recently. They had a little water troubles, and so they were trying to find ways to conserve water. And Mayor Farkas did an amazing job getting Calgarians to conserve water. And so we're so happy to have him here in council chambers. He has to go do some other business as well, but we just wanted to welcome you here officially. And let's give Mayor Farkas a big round of applause. And Councillor Tang, who I think just was in Calgary presenting to Mayor Farkas, wants to say a few words there.
I just want to say thank you for the tour, and had I known you were coming up here today, I could have happy to have given you a ride.
Yeah, you could have carpooled together. That's right. Yeah, I feel like, we'll break protocol slightly and just have Mayor Farkas come right behind and do a little photo with us in council here. Let's do that. Yeah, we don't do this enough in Calgary and Edmonton to share. So yeah, we can all stand and we'll let Mayor Farkas come join us. Come on back. We're breaking the rules and we like it here. Thank you, Mayor Farkas. It's a pleasure to see you. Welcome to Edmonton anytime you like.
I wish you'd got him to say go Oilers.
Oh, we should have got him to say go Oilers, go. But he did say publicly, by the way, on the Ryan Jesperson show that he's going to say it in the microphone. Yeah, let's turn on that microphone for Mayor Farkas there real quick, just so he can say it on the record here for us.
Yes, I will be cheering for the Oilers. We will not make this a habit. But for the record, go Oilers, go.
Yes. There we are. What a way to end. That's a great Friday. Thank you, Mayor Farkas. Let us continue on with our agenda today, everyone. That was a great way to keep our day. This is a Friday council meeting, right? The rules are, who knows what the rules are anymore.
Rules are made, points are made up.
Councillor
Rutherford, and the rules don't matter.
Let's go back to the board, and Councillor Wright has questions. Please go ahead.
Now I've lost my train of thought. So police funding formula. I thought, you said 2028, Ms. Padbury? Because I thought it was a little bit sooner when we talked about the police funding formula when we did approve it.
So there is no expiry date to the police funding formula. So generally that would have us internally, because we don't just like to leave policies never reviewed, have us revisit policies at least every 5 years. But there was no stated date for review.
Okay, my recollection of the discussion must be flawed then. Okay, because I think looking at it, I thought I had it pulled up here now. So it was reviewed in 2018, then again in 2022. Oh, we sort of did a review almost a year later in 2023. So if we're looking at 5 years, okay, 2028. Okay, got it, thank you.
Thank you. Did you want to move another round?
I will move a second round.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Elliott. Please vote on another round.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. Councillor Stevenson, I think, was the last one on the board there. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much. Maybe in the interest of time, I'm just going to put a motion on the floor, and then happy to have some questions and discussions around it. So I'm going to move that the April 25th, 2026 Financial and Corporate Services Report, blank to be filled in, be referred back to administration to return with an analysis of using population growth plus inflation with a 10-year rolling average to act as a benchmark for preparing the 2027-2030 budget.
Okay.
Second?
Seconded by Councillor Tang. Do you want to take 2 minutes to introduce that, Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, thank you very much. So I think the work the administration has done is really excellent, and I think the forecast is an incredibly useful tool. The reason I'm hesitant to move forward with that as the basis of preparing the 2027-2030 budget alone and using that as a benchmark for subsequent adjustments is that as we have learned the hard way that it can be incredibly difficult to account and predict different world events. So I think what I heard is even the OIO that was prepared in January didn't account for the current conflict that we're seeing, which will undoubtedly raise inflation overall and raise a number of our direct costs. So without this motion, administration would be relying solely on the OIO moving forward. Right now, we're seeing a lot of alignment between the OIO and growth plus inflation. But again, as things change in the world, as things change in the market, that could shift. And what I worry is that if we continue to benchmark against this 10-year forecast, and there are significant changes, we're sort of always working from behind, or we are starting to introduce austerity. We'll get ourselves into a structural position where our growth isn't keeping pace with inflation. So that is why I would like to move forward with this approach. I don't know what my time is. Was that just 1 minute?
That was just 1 minute, so you have
okay.
a minute left.
Okay, but happy to take some questions on this.
Thank you, and we'll just get the motion up on the screen soon enough here, just in case and maybe in the chat too, just for those that.
Yeah, so just as we're doing a little bit of wordsmithing here, so the motion, and if I can just read it out loud, Councillor Stevenson, as MJ pulls it from the Google Doc, it would be that the April 25th, so the report that just came forward, and if you can add in the numbers, would be referred back to administration to return with an analysis of using population growth plus inflation with the 10-year rolling average to act as the benchmark in preparing the 4-year budget, and then perhaps administration can just clarify how they understand the implications of that motion.
So that was to me, right, Aileen?
Yeah, go ahead. Yes.
So if I understand this correctly, we would bring you back a report where you would know what those numbers are, the 10-year rolling average, and then you would approve then. I'm just trying to establish whether I'm being directed to build the budget on this basis or bring back a report. And the other thing I would flag is if you're referring the report back to me, there is very little in this report that would change, but for me providing you the 10-year average numbers. And if you push that decision out 13 weeks, we are going to struggle to build the budget because we're shortening our timelines in which to build and knowing what we're building to.
Yeah, you can use you can now have your 5 minutes to ask questions to help make sure it's clear what we're discussing so that any future questions can be done properly. So yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, great, thank you. So the intent was, because I think we've referred back reports and they've been able to come back sort of at the next council meeting. So that was certainly the intent, was just sort of a quick turnaround so that clarity of direction can be provided. Have you potentially run those numbers already?
Yeah, we have. So if that's the intention, that we would just take this report back at those numbers, like, we can absolutely turn that around for the next council meeting.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's the intent, which is just to have those numbers brought forward as part of this discussion, correct?
I think just so we can look at it and make a decision, alternatively, the motion could be that they move forward today on that basis, but I think that's a hard ask because we haven't seen those numbers, right?
Well, we've heard, so just to make sure I accept the motion, what I've heard from the mover is that just as a desire to have that rolling average number included as part of this report, nothing else for information, so this can literally come back to the council meeting in 11 days, which is, I think, our next council meeting, if I remember my agenda correctly. Correct? Yeah, I'm seeing nodding heads from the clerk. And so using that would then inform that. So that's the motion you're making then? That's the intent?
Yeah, that's the intent.
Okay.
And then I think at that next meeting would be the clarity that I think administration is seeking in terms of if we want to go with that or with OIO.
Great. Okay, so that's the motion that's been accepted and seconded by Councillor Tang. You still have time left if you have any additional questions.
Yeah, and thank you. And I think what I think could also be helpful, and apologies, I'm just trying to remember if this was done. I think this was done. We would also, just in terms of the visual that was provided with what the tax increase had been over time, because I think that's also an important, I think Councillor Salvador was referring to that. So just looking at what the tax increase has been over those 10 years too. Would that make sense? Like, I'm just looking at the, slide.
Yeah, we
14.
have all these.
Okay,
So
perfect.
I could verbally say them to you right now, so.
Maybe, yeah, having it in a table I think would be helpful. Great, because again, that would give us the insights to understand, because I think what's challenging is that property taxes are often lagging, right? So the inflation happens in year one, but we're not making the increase to account for that inflation until year two. And if that correction for inflation didn't happen in year two and we're dealing with it in year three, right? Like, I think it's just having that understanding of the dynamics that we operate in. And I'm speaking
Is
to
that a question? Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it sounds like you're speaking to it, so there we go. Councillor Tang for questions?
Can you just give me those numbers now anyways, Stacy?
So if we use the 10-year rolling average of population plus CPI to inform 27 to 30, those numbers would be 5.4, 5.2, 5.2, 5.3. If we used MPI, that would be 4.8, 4.6, 4.8, 5.0. And then just to clarify, like, the refer back, I could simply just create the attachment, refer it back with the attachment so you could have time to process the information that's in the attachment.
Okay, thank you. I guess just like maybe to the mover, I feel like where you're trying to get at is ultimately give direction. Even when we have information come back, you want to give direction to say, use this as the benchmark. Why don't you just say that, and why don't you just make that motion then? For the expediency, because I feel like this one pager could turn around like this afternoon.
Sure, yeah, I mean, I'm definitely very open to that.
Just so that we can have a debate about what we're actually debating.
If it is in order, if you wanted to withdraw this one in order to make that motion, considering we now have the numbers.
Yes, I
that's
have
fine.
the attachment. If the motion is on the floor is withdrawn and you pass a motion to add this to the report,
Oh.
we can do it right now.
Okay,
If
great.
that's helpful.
Great, and then I'll work on an alternative
Yeah,
motion.
so you'll
Great.
withdraw this?
Sure,
Any
yeah.
objection of withdrawal for this? Okay. Not seeing any. Can we wait, yeah, thanks, Councillor Wright. So there can be an attachment. We'll first take a motion to, I think the clerk said they have an attachment ready.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to share it in the chat. I just don't have permission. So if I can get ownership, I'll share it with you, and then we'll just PDF it, and then
Sure.
we'll provide that information, and we'll create an attachment. It's just going to take us a few minutes to do that, but happy to do it right this second.
Okay, let's do that.
While they do that, can I just finish?
Sure, yeah,
the
sorry, you
final
do still
couple
have time. Go ahead,
questions?
Councillor Tang. Yeah.
Just to administration, I've been hearing the language around benchmark and caps. they're kind of in, like, they have different significance, I think. Benchmark kind of allows us to see where we're at. We can aspire to certain levels, but not a hard cap. So I just want to clarify that.
Yeah, I think if you say benchmark and direct us this way, we bring back an administratively approved budget that aligns, or an administratively proposed budget that aligns with the benchmark. After that, you're free to adjust that through amendment as you see fit. This wouldn't be a policy.
Yeah. Okay. That's my understanding. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll see if the clerks have that.
I'm doing it right this second.
Yeah, no problem. I just don't think there's any point in moving on to another item. We can just do this all together.
I'm
and
just
then-
going to share in the chat.
Thank you.
And then we will make sure this is available to the public.
Great.
It should be there now.
There it is. Yeah, for folks, if you have it in the chat, there's a document there.
Yep.
Okay, so first you would just like a motion to make sure we officially add that attachment. I think that makes sense first.
So moved.
Moved by Councillor Tang,
Second.
seconded by Councillor Palmer, just to add that attachment to the public record. It's already been stated publicly, so any questions on adding the attachment? No. Please vote.
Just waiting for one more vote. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that's carried 13-0 to add. Fantastic. Now that it's been added, I don't know if Councillor Stevenson has had time to put together a motion. You've got the wording ready to go? Fantastic. I'll just go to you for that, and then we can get that moving.
I mean, happy to restate this if needed.
Thank you.
That administration prepare the, excuse me, 2027-2030 budget. Sorry, I'm not getting emotional. It's just something caught in my
It's a very emotional time when we talk about property tax tolerance.
I mean, it is.
It is.
2027-2030 budget, using the rolling 10-year average of growth plus inflation as a benchmark.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Jans. I mean, you can introduce, I know you introduced the other one. I think you sort of got the point, but go ahead,
And
just
the only
quickly.
thought I wanted to add as well that, you know, I think Councillor Tang flagged a great point that, you know, administration doesn't need to cap out at this. It could be under, it could, like, it's still oh, thank you, still a guideline or just a reference point. And I think it's one that's intuitively understood by Edmontonians, and I think also helps us respond more dynamically to real-world conditions that we're facing as a city.
Thank you. Councillor Wright with questions?
So I'm just wondering, so the inflation rates that you're using are what, like, are months ago? Or has the forecast for inflation changed in the past?
So the way I understand this is we would be using the rolling 10-year. So it's a look back, an average of the last 10 years, and that's what we would use going forward. I guess the one part I'm just slightly unclear on is if you'd like us to use a consumer inflation or municipal price index.
Okay, so again, we're looking back at inflation, not, I thought what you presented was sort of forward-looking.
Forward-looking, so those numbers I just quoted you, those would be the thresholds we'd use in the development of the budget, but they are based on the 10-year rolling historic averages.
And the one recommended in the report is based on, again, looking back or looking forward? To provide those forward-looking amounts.
So the report basically said that if, with no other guidance, we would use the operating investment outlook, which I would describe as the forecast of what you actually need if you make no adjustments to services based on inflation estimates in each of the years.
And it was your recommendation to use that over the inflation plus CPI or MPI, right?
We made no recommendation because we really, in order for us to be able to bring you a proposed budget, we know that tax tolerance is an important component. We think that the use of the CIO is reasonable if your intent is to maintain what you're doing existing. So, but you're free to direct us otherwise.
Okay, and to maintain and enhance services, which would you recommend?
Neither of these will cover an enhancement.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford.
So I just want to be clear on what, the decision before us right now with this motion. And so if this passes, administration would take these numbers, the 5.4, the 5.2, 5.2, and 5.3 as our tax tolerance,
That's correct.
right? So if that is above our tax tolerance, we should not support this. Or come up with alternative numbers that we would like there as our tax tolerance, whether it's lower or higher, whatever it is. Because this is the point where we direct that.
Yeah, or amend down after we bring the budget.
Yeah, but it's much harder to remove things. And in my experience, and I would be curious if it's also been your experience, less gets removed than gets added at the budget process.
That is generally a fair statement.
So if we start at a higher point, we might end at a higher point. There's a risk.
Yes.
Yeah.
That is a fair statement.
Yeah, because I guess to the mover, I don't mind the intent of what you're doing here, but I remember I raised a lot of concerns at the last fall budget adjustment about kind of a little bit of what I would say adding and where the tax levy ended up and where it ended up digging into things was not in my comfort zone. So I'm going to be forthright that I'm inclined to start with a lower number to go into the debate with, knowing that probably people are going to add stuff, rather than a higher number where probably people are going to add stuff. So what would you say to me to support me supporting this motion?
Yeah, I think that there's two approaches. So again, I think that administration always has the option to come in below our tax tolerance. And I think that this then gives us, so let's say.
But they're never going to do that. And I'll say that they're never going to do that, because if they do that, then then councilors here are going to say, well, why did you cut this when we already had our tax tolerance? They're going to get raked over the coals for that. So that is not a fair statement to put on administration.
Well, that's fair. I think in terms of my anticipation would be, I think the intent is that we're trying to fit the things that we think are priorities into the budget that comes forward to us without amendments. So even the conversations we've had in the past week around arterial roads, bus barns, I think that it is unlikely that we can fit all of those priorities in, right? This just provides a bit more flexibility. I think if there's a band, if we wanted to say it's between the MPI and the CPI, right? I think the other piece too is just a communication conversation with Edmontonians, because I think that saying this aligns with our operating investment outlook is pretty abstract. I don't think people understand that. If we say our taxes are in line with growth plus inflation, I think there's clarity there.
Yeah, I disagree, and that's why, that component is compelling, but if that's where we end up. But I have never been able to go back to residents and say that, because that's not where we end up at the end of the budget process.
Okay, and so the thought is that if we stay with the OIO, the expectation.
Like,
So that
why,
would be-
why wouldn't you just say a different number then? Like, if we, because like at the end of the day, you're saying the priorities, and then is it by population plus growth, as opposed to just saying, like, I'm okay with 7%? Or I, like, why are we not just debating what we're actually willing to tolerate as like a final number at budget, so that administration goes away and actually builds a budget to what we're comfortable with?
Yeah, and so I guess what I have been hearing extremely consistently around this table is don't even think about a budget adjustment, right? That's the message I've heard. So my anticipation is that what they bring to us is what we end up with. And that's why I think giving them a bit more license to add the things that I think are important, recognizing that there aren't, like, I'm not planning to make amendments. I thought that was the plan. And so giving them this tax tolerance room enables them to build a budget that doesn't require amending.
Oh, yeah, think about that.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you. So just a quick question, why CPI and not just MPI? Because MPI is the city costs.
Yeah, and a question that I have would be why they're different? Because I'm surprised in terms of that the municipal costs are lower, the municipal inflation.
Yeah, okay, I see. Well, I think that our projection is probably not accurate by far. But to administration, okay. So we obviously have a lot of needs as far as capital, as far as the cost of operating that capital, so on and so forth, right? So if we do this for the upcoming budget, or just as information, I would think that that formula, that's just like your guideline for table stakes. It's not the budget, that formula. Obviously.
The formula proposed here.
Like, just like the inflation plus population growth equals tax revenue, that's not the budget growth recommended based on our needs and the growth of the city. And also unexpected costs that get downloaded on us that we have to absorb. I don't think we've ever done just inflation plus population growth equals tax rate. I don't think we've, like in the past 8 years, we have not had that formula be the tax rate.
That's correct.
Yeah.
So what I would say is it provides, like, I think it provides me with, and the corporation with riverbanks. So you've given us four priorities. You've told us all these things are important to you. We know they're important to you, but if everything on the, like, I can tell you that all of those things that are important to you funded is far higher than this number. And so this helps us in the prioritization say, okay, this is important, it's important enough to fund, but this is less important, and we take it out with a riverbank that we can come into.
Yeah.
Otherwise, without that riverbank, we can bring you something you'll react to as being an austerity budget, or we can bring something to you that you think is completely unreasonable. And I think we're just looking for riverbanks.
Well, we've only had austerity budgets for the past 8 years. So what else would be new? You know, we've been consistently underfunding the needs and the services for 8 years. And the challenge there, and this is my question, and I know the answer, but I think it needs to be on record. When we are not appropriately funding our services and our capital, we create essentially a debt for the future. And that ends up costing us more than any perceived immediate savings. If we're not going on and changing everything wildly and drastically cutting even further.
I would agree that at a high level, if you are not funding in alignment with growth and not renewing, you're creating pressures in the future. But this is where the trade-offs come in. There are things that you can look at potentially trading off in order to achieve those things.
But trade-offs have what got us into this point where we've got this massive issue with infrastructure that we've got to right-size. Like, that's the problem, isn't it, with these trade-offs? The trade-offs are never like free.
I agree they're not free. I would say, though, when you had low tax increases during the pandemic, what you were effectively doing is establishing your tax tolerance at a lower level, understanding what the community was facing.
Yeah.
And so now I think we're just trying to understand, what are your riverbanks for us to bring you a budget that actually aligns with the expectations of people around this table.
Yeah, and it might be confusing, listening to the conversation, because my riverbanks are provide the city that people actually expect, since they're paying taxes anyway. And that means paying for the things we need to pay for now so that people aren't paying more later, right?
I don't know how to respond
Yeah,
to that.
okay, I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Councillor Chance.
Thank you. So I just want to go back to the mover here. So your theory, if I'm paraphrasing, so correct me if I'm right, is that we set this number at population plus inflation, and through the conversations we've had about, say, replacement of bus fleet, about renewal, about replacement of fire engines, about the police funding formula, about everything, that compiles in within that amount. So by the time we get to the budget, we'll have a 25-minute meeting just to approve it. Is that kind of your thinking here?
I thought that was the plan, right?
Okay. Because the alternative, I guess, would be if admin does that, comes forward with everything, and we think it's too high or not palatable, we could start parsing things out of that. Because to me, this is 6 of one, half dozen of the other. Either admin brings us a budget with 12 things in it, and we have to pull 5 or 6 out of them, or they bring us a budget with 6 things in it, and we have to add 5 or 6 things into it. Like speaking personally as one councillor, like I found last budget didn't have things in it that needed to be in it, and that's why we added them. Other councillors added things they felt need to be in it. But what I think I hear you saying is, it feels a lot more of a signaling to admin. Is that what you're trying to do here?
Well, again, it's the riverbanks, and so when I look at this slide in terms of the table, the OIO has 5.6, 4.3, 3.9, and 3.7, and that's no service level improvements. And I don't think I have heard a desire for some things, for us to do some things that we're not currently doing. And so I think leaving administration with doing what's in the OIC means that we will end up amending for the things that I've heard around this table are important. And my understanding had been that we don't want to do that. And this to me was just a way to provide a bit more flexibility within those riverbanks.
In theory, those two, your motion does not preclude the city manager from going in and making operational changes, consolidations, adjustments, or departures.
Absolutely, absolutely. And none of this is intended to detract from the excellent work I think the teams are doing to reallocate. All of that has to happen. Absolutely.
Okay. Can I look to the city manager maybe? I don't know if this is, or deputy city manager, if it's a fair question. Which path is more advantageous right now? Would you rather have the bring us 0, we build the budget at committee, or we build the budget at council, or would you rather have the higher number now and then work back from there? Because I could see a scenario where additive conversations, which we do, are tough, but subtractive conversations also could be tough in public too.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong, like, we are intending to have subtractive conversations as an administration, and we'll bring to you what we think those subtractive things will be, so you can see it. I would say, if you have a desire if there are important things to you that you have a desire for us to fund, a higher tax tolerance level lets us bring you things funded that we evaluate and prioritize on the basis of your priorities and outcomes that you're trying to achieve. If we're at the OIO level, everything that we prioritize because of your prioritize comes with a corresponding reduction from somewhere else.
And I would, just to add to that, I think there is, I'm thinking on the fly here too, but I think there's some merit to this approach when we get to the next level of discussion in the subtractions from the conversation. You can choose to reduce that level if you wanted to on that percentage, with the knowledge of what that subtraction might look like. So there's opportunity there to, in that next discussion, to say, well, you know, that maybe is a reduction of percent in year 3. So maybe 5.2 becomes 4.2. Or you keep it the same and you think the value is there to keep doing what you're doing.
Like
so
for me,
it provides you flexibility, I think.
Like for me, I'm interested in adjustments and subtractions, but so that I can take that revenue and then augment and build in other areas where we really need it. So for me, I think I've talked, if I understand the mover's intention, I think I've talked myself into supporting the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you want to move another round?
Love to.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor someone? Elliott, I think. Please vote.
Councillor Paquette? Just wait. We'll mark Councillor Paquette absent. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That's carried 11-1. Councillor Wright?
Thank you. Highest tax increase, I think, was 2008, 11.9?
I believe that's correct, yeah.
Would that give you room to play catch-up and do enhancements?
If you want a 12% tax increase, you absolutely need to tell us that. That is not a number we would entertain.
Okay, okay. But is that, no, and I don't want that, but I mean, but that, would that be enough to play catch-up and provide all those arterial roads that we need? Provide the parks and amenities and do some of the renewal work that needs to be done?
I don't know that it would be enough. It would definitely be a level at which you'd probably get more things that you want, and maybe a few more complaints from homeowners and non-residential property owners. I think the challenging part of all of this is, just like many people in the world, there isn't enough money to do all the wonderful things that we'd love to do for the people who live in our city. And so we're always caught in the balance of maximizing value for Edmontonians and balancing that with reasonable taxes that they see the value in.
Okay, so I mean, I think Councillor Paquette was talking about, you know, the austerity and we've tried some of that and reducing like employee costs, staffing costs, to try to find those savings across the way, right, or over the years. And that hasn't been enough for us to even maintain the services that we provide.
Yeah, like we always run exercises. How can we be more efficient? We have absolutely done reductions. You did OP 12. I do think you're at the point, though, where you provide a lot of services and you provide them with civic resources. And if you're looking for large savings in the top 5, those are all areas that are heavily dominated by people who do work for the city.
Okay, and those service packages that have been requested thus far, or that might come forward, we'll have to find savings elsewhere or increase user fees elsewhere to cover those? Because what you're showing us right now is just to maintain services, nothing extra.
That's what the CIO showed.
Okay.
It doesn't mean that we never look at where could we reduce, like always as part of our budget process, we look at where could we reduce to reallocate somewhere else so that we can fund a service package that we know is important.
Is a priority.
We will still always do that work.
Okay, okay, Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Parmar?
Thank you, Mayor Knack. So I was just looking at attachment 2 here, and I've got, so can you just, the 10-year average is different than just population plus CPI that's forecast. Can you just tell me the difference between the two? Because when I look at population plus CPI for the forecast, it's 3.7, 3.7, 3.9, and 3.7. But then when I go to the 10-year average, it's 5.4, 5.2, 5.2, 5.3.
Because one is the actual estimate of inflation, like our current estimates for inflation in those years, and the other is the rolling average of the 10-year historic. So it folds in. So obviously it means in those periods there was higher inflation in years in those periods than there is anticipated going forward.
Okay. And so for somebody who wouldn't have a tax tolerance in the 5.4 range, what would you suggest? Because I think, you know, when I was doing the door knocking in the ward, I got a sense that the tax tolerance was around a 3 to 5%. Would 3% be an austerity, like a cut budget then? Is that what we would look like with inflation?
It absolutely would.
Okay. And so with the, even with the 3.7, with what you're estimating with population plus CPI?
Yes, and like so our budget is significant, and we're about 55 to 58% personnel, a whole lot of parts and different things. All of those things are experiencing inflation, and so just that alone is required to cover what we're doing, never mind the growth of having to add more people to do more things, or more parts for more buses, or more firefighters for more stations. Those were things that we incorporated into the CIO. So I would say if you want to be at 3%, based on what we're seeing in the CIO and the OIO, you actually need to make cuts to get to 3%. And that likely means, like, we always endeavor to find the most efficient way to do business. But a 2% cut means actually not doing things.
Okay, and then what about the increase, like as people have moved in, would we not also just have increased revenue with our density targets? Like, is that factored in as well with our infills, with our density in the redeveloping areas? Does that increase our tax base to a percentage that is meaningful?
So recall that when we walked through the presentation, one of the drivers of tax increases is that the population is increasing faster than the real growth we're getting from the construction of new properties in the city.
Okay, and I think the assumption that, you know, everything gets more expensive, where in our systems can we use technology, like, to be able to help kind of decrease it? Because it feels like $1, you know, 4 years ago is not the same dollar this year, but are there things that we're doing in the government to find those efficiencies with, you know, utilizing technology as we move forward? Like, we've seen you know, permits being able to be used, you know, AI using permitting to be able to do that. Have we looked at all of the areas in the city to be able to use technology in that sense to speed up our process?
I would say in general, we're looking across the organization to see where those things could be utilized. Where could we employ automation, a form of artificial intelligence? We're working on those things. It's part of what we do all the time. I think we just probably need to be realistic about the amount of technology that can actually help us. Like, more technology might lead to route optimization, but you're still going to need more snowplows and more drivers to operate the vehicles in their current form.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Clark, can you take the chair?
Chair, take it.
Thank you very much. So, can you, maybe a question, the trade-off conversation is happening end of May?
Yes.
Are you currently building out that trade-off conversation, assuming the OIO, what you've presented as in the report?
I would say yes, like we were building it out, understanding that there was going to be a tax tolerance, and at the point in time, the CIO was our best default.
Yeah.
I would say, though, that we already know that the trade-off conversation is going to be difficult because we know that you have many enhancements that you would like
100%.
alongside.
So just to make it clear, because I think the way I've understood it, and I'm just going to confirm, is that the trade-off conversation you're bringing forward is going to make assumptions that we're going to take from certain areas to resource the 4 strategic priorities. So you are not bringing forward a trade-off conversation assuming a maintaining level of service. You're bringing a trade-off conversation saying we're going to do less here to do more here, or stop doing this entirely to do more here in line with our priorities.
That's correct.
Great. So then my question I think I'd want to ask is this maybe a premature conversation? And to elaborate is that I'm very interested to see what those trade-offs are. And I imagine they're going to be hard. There's no doubt in my mind. I'm worried that if I give you this leeway now, that removes us from having the tough conversation. I'd rather almost have the tough conversation, and then if we say, wow, those 5 things that you've suggested cutting are non-negotiable, therefore I'm willing to go up to population plus inflation. So I'm curious your thoughts on that. Like, I'd rather see your hard ask or your hard trade-off conversation first.
Yes, if I'm understanding what you're saying, like you'd like us to see us bring all the ideas, which is, I think, a thing we would have done anyway.
I imagine.
But I don't disagree with you from the perspective of, I would say it this way.
Yeah.
If we bring you all the things and you decide that tax tolerance is higher, that's a much easier thing for us to manage than going the other way. If
That's
we bring
what I'm
you all the things and the tax tolerance is lower, that is a harder thing for me to deal with.
So that's why I was wondering if maybe it would be better for us. I assume you're right. You probably would have brought it all either way. But just to really frame our minds as a council to say, this is what it would take for us to accomplish 5.6, 4.3, 3.9, and 3.7. And if we see it and we cannot believe, we do not believe Edmontonians would support that, then we at that meeting say, hey, we need those back in. And that means we're okay with you bringing something higher at the time.
Yeah, I think it can work both ways there. And I would reiterate, we were well down the path of this trade-off conversation. It's not going to change our approach either way, but certainly that's an approach that works.
Because I like, from a high level, I actually agree with using population and inflation as the better metric in a general basis, but I'm worried it's almost letting me off the hook a little too early. So, okay, that's, but I mean, I can either vote no, and then we could still have that conversation, or it can be withdrawn, and then we can still have that conversation of the trade-off. But that'll be up to the mover if they want to withdraw, pending that question. So I'll take the chair back.
You got it.
Councillor Stevenson.
I don't know if I need another round.
No, it's fine.
But yeah, no, I'm trying to think of how I can phrase this as a question. I do find it hard to set a tax tolerance in the abstract, right? Because I think exactly as you say, it's when we're really faced with those excruciating decisions that the numbers land. So to administration, if this motion were to come off, we're not receiving the report for information, the report is here. Again, if after that trade-off conversation in May, similar direction to this was provided at that time, is that still all right timeline-wise?
Yeah, that approach works for us fine. I think
Great.
at the end of the day, these numbers are all higher than what we're working towards anyway. As we start moving the things around, if you don't think there's enough of what you wanted in there, I think the opportunity exists to kind of fall back to this.
Perfect, perfect. Yeah, then more than happy to withdraw it.
Well, I'll see if that's friendly to the Assembly to withdraw. Not hearing any objections to withdrawal, so excellent. Thank you, Councillor Stevenson, and appreciate that. And therefore, this item has been discussed. We are. Oh, there's more on the board. Sorry. Oh, you had a motion that you wanted to make around the funding formula conversation. Yes, please. This would be an appropriate time.
I haven't received it back from administration yet. The tax tolerance in the budget, of course it would.
If we need a few moments, I don't know if we have it yet. I see the finger that we need more time. Yeah. Do we want to come back
Yeah,
to
as
that?
long as maybe we don't conclude this item.
Of
and
course, yeah.
We can move on and
Absolutely.
come back, but I do
Is it
have
okay?
a
Because I
desire
think.
to debate that.
Yeah, I think we have a different contingent for the other item we hadn't finished. So if we want to give them a few minutes to go do that, we'll bring down the contingent from 7.5. And then we'll make sure we set aside time to come back to Councillor Rutherford's motion.
You thought we were done.
Move into notices of motion.
Can I reconsider 8.1, please?
Oh, look, yeah, there's a request for that. Yeah, sorry, I understand, although I don't want to miss the chance because I need to make sure, I think every member of council is here for 8.1 and Councillor Elliott just stepped away for a second. So we will do that. I want to make sure if we're going to reconsider it. Oh, he's back. Perfect. Yes, it would be in order if somebody wanted to make a motion on the prevailing side to reconsider the vote for 8.1, as Councillor Wright, I believe.
I was on the prevailing side.
So then you're welcome to make a motion to reconsider.
I would like to make a motion to reconsider bylaw, or item 8.1.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Elliott. Any discussion?
Yes.
Yes, discussion?
Yep.
Yep, please go ahead.
Can I ask why?
Yeah, you can ask the mover why. Please go ahead.
Because I made an error, and as other councillors have done before, I would like to change my vote to no. I know it's not going to change the outcome of the vote, but for voting record, I'd like to have that on record.
Sorry, I guess I didn't click on, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Your time will have started, so it's fine.
I know that we often select item just for a voting purpose, but, similar to previously, Councillor Rutherford mentioned that I think, for those who don't necessarily agree with the decision, sharing why you don't support a decision is actually really critical for the Assembly and for the public to hear and understand. Potentially you might sway a few, and just in the interest of transparency and sharing those perspectives. So I would love to hear the whys beyond just everyone else has reconsider votes. But anyways, I'll just leave that out there.
That was speaking to it, I think, for the reconsideration. So any other questions? Hearing none, please, anyone wishing to speak? Oh, Councillor Principe, questions?
Yeah, just following up on Councillor Tang's. This seems very familiar to something that recently happened with a different outcome. So just wondering, following up on Councillor Tang's question, because this is 2 days later. True, still in the same meeting, but 2 days later.
So is that a question to the?
We'll see if there is.
It is, yeah.
Go ahead. Okay, and sorry, what's the can you just ask a question, and then we turn the floor to the mover there once you.
Yeah, just the change, like the reason for wanting to reconsider the vote.
We are in the same council meeting. I'm human. I made an error. I meant to vote no. I would like to have it properly recorded as a no, as a number of councillors have done in the past.
Yeah, and I agree with you. And I know, and the reason I ask is because that very recently happened. And yeah, I understand.
Thank you. I don't see anyone else on the board for questions. Anyone wishing to speak? I don't know if you can speak to reconsideration, now that I think of it. Not seeing anyone anyways. Please vote to reconsider.
You just put the seconder there.
Yeah, that was Councillor Elliott who seconded.
I have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That's carried 13-0. Now first reading is back on the floor as per the original mover and seconder. Please vote for that bylaw on the first reading. Oh, sorry, that is fair. Sorry, I should make, does anyone wish to speak to this, since it is, you would have the right to speak to it, I believe.
It was originally selected for voting purposes only, so no one spoke to it.
Oh, that's true, yeah, so fair point. So no, unless we're looking to reopen debates, we would just accept a chance to vote now. So I will just call the vote on this, since it was just selected for voting purposes.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That's carried 11-2. Excellent. Back to 7.5. We're going to wait before I move to 7.5. I think there was an incorrect. So we're just going to recall that vote. It's not quite complete yet, as I see a shaking head that they maybe made a mistake. So we're recalling that vote.
We're just going to resend the vote out.
Resending the vote on first reading of Bylaw 21476. Please vote carefully.
Just waiting for two.
Not me.
I'm a yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. Out of order, Councillor Jantz. Out of order. And that is carried 10-3. Perfect. Thank you, everyone. Back to 7.5. We were in the middle of questions, and I think we were on an amendment. I tried to follow most of it, but I think we were amending amendments, and potentially there was a conversation on fill in the blanks.
We never got to the amending of the amendment.
Good. Okay. So, excellent. So right now we just have a single amendment, which was made by Councillor Principe, seconded by Councillor Parmar, which was to add after priority roads, including an additional road there. And we were in the middle of questions of that, I believe. Did everyone have a first round? Oh, sorry, administration, do you have comments first on this item? Sorry, my apologies.
If we could just maybe share a few remarks just for clarity.
You're absolutely allowed to do that to help inform our discussion. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So for clarity, this is an information report to provide an update on prioritization of mobility infrastructure in response to a motion. So administration will use this information, the information in this report, and council's priorities to inform the composite profiles and service packages that we develop for the budget. Council will hear more about the prioritization framework administration will use to develop the budget later this month. Administration will also provide a memo to council to outline implementation options and next steps for implementation of the priority projects identified in the mobility network assessment. However, as Stacey had mentioned on Wednesday, if there's something council wants to ensure is an unfunded service package or an unfunded capital profile for consideration at budget, then a motion is helpful, And I recognize Councillor Tang has a motion on the floor regarding an unfunded profile for arterial roadways with significant congestion levels.
And we understand there's lots of interest in the plan for arterials. There's been a lot of underfunding in this category from both a renewal and a growth perspective. We see the arterials as an asset category we need to have more focus on between our teams. And we also know that it's not just a conversation about commuting, but also about how goods move through our city and how we can advance economic development and attract investment. So as Kim noted, administration is continuing to work through these options in the budget cycle, and we'll provide more details to council.
Great, thank you. And sorry, I'll just exercise a bit of chair privilege here just to make sure we're going through this. So the motion currently does not identify any specific roads. Well, no, it references the package. But yes, but the way I understand this is that you're going to compare, if I've heard administration correctly, that you're going to compare that. So are you looking at just the 4 roads, just to make sure? I want to understand, to make sure that we're writing the right motions and having the right amendments.
The roads identified in the motion at this point, we would find in attachment 3, table 1.
Attachment 3, table 1, which is so currently there are in that 8 roads listed.
And the motion identifies the travel time impact to commuters is significant, so it would be
Only the top 4 on table 2. There we go. So the ones listed significant. Okay. So any right
Apologies,
now.
I did say table 1. It's
No, that's all right. Yeah, that's all right. So we've got a motion that specifically references anything that is significant, which are only 4 roads. And then, therefore, to amend, I'm going to look to the clerks. I mean, maybe this has already been ruled in order, but I just want to make sure I'm going through this as chair since I wasn't here in full yesterday or on 2 days ago. If there are other roads looking to be added but aren't currently listed as significant, that feels like a separate conversation from this, because it's not like there's other roads listed as significant in that table. So it might be a very valid conversation, but I'm just not sure I want to make sure that this would actually be, if the original motion references significant, would additional roads that aren't tied to that indicator be in order at this point? Because what I'm worried about is, frankly, 10 different motions coming from council about you all adding in roads that aren't actually in this chart, which may be a valid conversation, but not actually relevant to what's before us today.
So just as I read attachment 3, and I'm doing a few other things here, so if I've missed this, attachment 3 has significant, minimal, and moderate on page 2. So if the question is adding something to attachment 3 that isn't significant, minimal, or moderate is out of scope.
That's how I would view it.
And I can't comment on the locations, and if they are significant, minimal, or moderate, I would need my colleagues behind me to just fill in those gaps.
Okay.
So if there's locations, the question we were asking previously, if there are other things that council would like to be considered, if we could know what those are, then administration can provide commentary on those locations. Clerks doesn't have a backup list.
Okay. So to help this discussion, recognizing our time, I'd like to maybe offer a few guidelines for the discussion today. So that we currently are referencing in the original motion table 2, attachment 3. The way I would like to handle this, to have some semblance of order so that we don't get into a carried away scenario, is that since it's referencing table 2, if you would like to make an amendment to add the 4 other roads, 3 of which are labeled as minimal and 1 as moderate, I would deem that in order because it's referencing table 3. If you are looking to create an unfunded service package for another road in the future, I think that would be more relevant as a notice of motion so that it can then be debated as part of an overall exercise. Noting that admin is also going to work on a lot of other things as part of the budget. I'm just really worried about us adding a bunch of different things when this motion currently references a very specific table. So if folks are willing to do that, then I would like to take that approach as chair. Is there a willingness to accept that, or would there be a desire to start doing a litany of motions for each road in each of our wards? Okay, I'm happy to still take questions. So before we continue on with this amendment, I just maybe going to take a few procedural questions, because maybe this can help speed us up. So I'm just going to double check on the board before. So does anyone on the board right now have questions related to the sort of procedural piece I've just shared? No, I see Councillor Rutherford does. Councillor, I see the only other person not in the room, just double check. Councillor Principe, do you have procedural question based off what I've just shared?
Councillor Principe's questions.
She asked if she could restate.
Oh, perfect. Okay, she wants to restate. Okay.
To make it clearer then, in reference to page 2 of attachment 3,
Yep.
or sorry, table 2 of attachment 3, the amendment I would make would be that administration create a composite profile using the top four highest numbers for the road volume.
For road volume. So you would amend that to, instead of using the significant indicator, to using
Correct.
road volume indicator. That
Correct.
would be an amendment that would be in order. Assuming I have a seconder, I'll check to see if I have a seconder.
Second.
That is seconded by Councillor Parmar. So I'll take a moment for you to introduce, and I'm just going to double check with Councillor Rutherford because I think they had a process question too. So, but just because you were first in line, Councillor Principe, do you want to take 2 minutes just to introduce that first?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The purpose of me bringing this amendment to the forefront in the first place is because I didn't find that the travel time impact to commuters to be a good basis to determine which would be the priorities of the priorities. It's a very nuanced metric, and I believe that road volume would be a metric that would be more appropriate for determining which would be the priority roadways.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to go to Councillor Rutherford for a process question, then we will stick with the original order for questions solely on the amendment of changing the indicator that is being used. Councillor Rutherford, process question, please.
This is a process question,
Yep.
because I'm still confused. I raised confusion on Wednesday. This is talking about attachment 3. I understood if this is received for information that they're going and building with this. Do you need direction? Like, do I need to move a motion for attachment 2 to create composite profiles based on the priorities for intersection improvements? Do I need, like, do these need to also be subsequent to whatever comes out? Like, are we going to go down that road? Is that what we need today?
So I'll start, and Stacey could maybe complement. So we'll use all of this information to help inform priorities for our capital program. If council wants to ensure that something is included in the budget as an unfunded service package, then that's what you would give administration a motion for.
So this is where I'm still confused, Mr. Mayor, because the conversation on Wednesday was talking about because they needed to cost stuff out. But then I asked the question about, well, don't you have the top things costed out? So that if we didn't see it at the budget, we could make an amendment to add that as a profile. Is that not the case? Like, I understand if it's things that are not on that list, they're not prioritized, but if something is in attachment 2, and if, let's say they don't recommend it for whatever reason, I still want to have the right to be able to make an amendment to debate potentially some of those items.
Yep.
That's where
Yeah.
I'm confused.
Great question, and I'm going to look, so I'm going to answer it with just a quick eye to Mr. Robar, who I will need his attention for a moment, because I think I want to make sure that I understood. So the way I've understood the whole budget process, to answer this question, is that administration will use all of these things, but I believe at some point in the process, Mr. Robart stated that if there is a desire for council to, give a particular lens or shine a light on something we for sure want to be considered as part of the overall prioritization conversation, a motion like the one originally moved by Councillor Tang is something administration would like to know, but I want to double check because that I saw a nodding head because I feel like that was expressed at some point. Mr. Robar, can you confirm?
Confirmed.
Okay. Councillor Rutherford, go ahead.
That still makes me more confused.
Yeah.
So like because procedurally, I'm fine with like, okay, if the motion is an unfunded profile, then that's pretty innocuous. But if me saying yes today on an unfunded profile is endorsing arterial road growth, that's a completely different decision point. So I don't think that's a fair thing to put on me at this point, when I haven't seen the totality of everything.
Yeah, and my understanding is it doesn't saying yes the way I would read the motion.
But they're saying that it gives them an indication of what council will prioritize.
Sorry, if I may jump in here.
Okay, yeah, please, yeah, no,
That's the challenge.
thanks for it's a good process question, thank you. Please go ahead, Ms. Falconer.
I consider this a completeness exercise. We're gonna go through the budgetary process, listening to your conversations, knowing what your priorities are, seeing your unfunded service packages, and we're gonna make the best thing possible. But if you are absolutely expecting to be able to have a debate about a thing, you should, like, if arterial roads are something you want to talk about in the budget, an unfunded profile or package, make sure that I bring the information there. Voting for it here doesn't mean that I say, oh, you all voted for an unfunded service package. It must be important. Voting for an unfunded service package is, in my mind, just means I need to bring you the information you asked for.
Okay, well, with that information, I think I would like profiles created for every table in attachment 2. So if somebody could work on that motion.
Okay, well, we'll start, that would be an appropriate piece. You could make a motion to do that. But first.
Is that an amendment to the motion, just to add it, or is that a completely separate motion?
I think right now, we have a motion on the floor with an amendment specifically around the prioritization to use. Yep. I think after we finish the amendment, there's one of two options we could go. We could have the original motion and then amend it to just include all of the roads in the attachments instead of, but I wouldn't want to be, what I will not want us to do here is a one by one add each road by debate. It's, to me, we've had a specific criteria added. I'm hearing potential desire to say maybe just have an unfunded on everything within that attachment. But I don't want to get into the piece of like, well, let's do 10 of them or 5 of them or 15 of them or 20 of them, because that is we'll never finish our agenda, because then we'll be essentially pre-debating the budget. So I'm going to now just use the board. At this point, we're on an amendment. I appreciate there's people, tons of people that have clicked on. So right now, I'm going to focus on just the amendment, which is solely to change the prioritization. I know there's other questions.
No, I had a procedural question.
I know. I'm gonna.
Skipped over.
We've got a bunch of folks now with questions. Okay. Councilor Wright, procedural question, but then I really want to get into, now we're on an amendment here.
Okay,
but yeah.
Okay, and so I would like to make a motion as well for arterial roads, but I wasn't provided the information of the list of 100 arterial roads as per what was in the motion. Mm-hmm. So I don't have the information to make that. There was some reference made that in 2021 there was a list provided somewhere. I can't find it. The closest thing I can find is a list provided in a report to urban planning in 2022. But that was just talking more about intersections. It wasn't actually like roads that I would consider missing links. And I think Councillor Stevenson mentioned it yesterday. It's not not on Wednesday, not an incomplete, or it was an incomplete road, not just a widened road. So I don't have that information with which to put a motion forward.
So at this point, then you would need to work with administration to get that information so you can make a notice of motion, or if they can answer it as part of their questions, as part of the overall debate, then you can make that. But right now, we've got an attachment in reference which has 8 roads. The debate before us is going to be whether we're doing 4 of those roads or 8 of those roads and which criteria. Anything else needs to be asked separately as part of questions and preferably based off our time offline, and then do a notice of motion and then add them later on. Because I don't see how we're going to get this done at this point.
Okay, but the motion was done, and it is referenced in the report, but the
Yeah.
information's not provided.
But I'm saying, so there's going to be a point after we get through an amendment to maybe ask additional questions to help inform whether something else would need to happen.
Okay.
But, okay, for now, everyone, we're going to go solely to the amendments. So can I actually, we're going to leave the board up, and all we're going to be asking questions on right now is specifically about whether we should be deleting the reference to significant congestion, or the travel time impact to commuters, and instead be using road volume. So that's the only thing we're talking about right now. That's the only thing we're asking questions on right now. Councillor Tang.
Great. First to the mover, why top 4?
Why top 4? I'm fine with top 3
Why top 3?
because I think that is the more relevant number. It would be road volume and not travel time impact to commuters. That metric is too nuanced.
Yeah, interesting. I guess, 3 or 4, that is still arbitrary. I think maybe to administration. So right now, we're looking at this amendment to really look at what is the better indicator to prioritize where we would want to spend on growth. And so it's debate about, is significant congestion level versus road volume is the better indicator. And I think on Wednesday, I heard administration say you would still recommend the travel time impact to commuters as the indicator you will use, correct? Do you want to just repeat that?
That's correct.
Okay, and why?
So to understand, when we talk about prioritization, the roads that we have prioritized are included as 215th Street, 41st Avenue, and Parsons Roads. That was what was recommended as part of the roadway capacity program. The analysis that's provided in attachment 3 kind of provides additional detail that we use to validate those top locations. The 2 aspects that we see here are road volume, and then travel time impact to commuters. My goodness. The travel time impact to commuters provides more of an indication of how the corridor is operating during the peak period basis. The road volume is done for daily volumes, doesn't necessarily consider sort of the fluctuations that happen throughout the day, and is also a factor in terms of understanding the number of accesses that are in a corridor, the number of signals that are along a corridor, and those pieces impact travel time impacts to commuters. Sorry.
I appreciate that. This report is here because I asked for it. I asked for it as a follow-up to the 2023 assessment. And there's actually a difference, because I was curious about, would it change a couple years later given the growth? And it did change. In fact, 167 Avenue and 66th Street was one of the top 3 based on congestion level at that time. It has now been deprioritized in this list, and can administration explain why? And it's been replaced by 41st Avenue Southwest.
Yes, the report in 2022 was very specific around operation and safety concerns regarding roadways in the developing areas. The mobility network assessment incorporates a lot more lenses than just those 2 items that were identified for the 2022 report. So we looked at things like ties to the truck route, ties to some of the industrial development areas that have been highlighted as priorities. So what I'm getting at is there's a few more layers provided that weren't provided in 2022 just because of the specifics of that. And that has had some influence on the priority of the M&A in total. What I would say is this is a subset of the M&A priorities. It's focused solely on road widening, and that has also changed as well because of those added lenses.
And my understanding is that since that time, there has been resources found to actually work on some of the segments for that particular road, 167 and 66th Street. Is that correct?
We did incorporate some improvements and some updated data that we didn't have at the time as well.
Right. And so because of some of these reasons, it's no longer considered a priority for a number of reasons, and therefore we swapped in 41st Avenue. And so now, what is also in front of us, in order to get this road, and I know that is incorporated as part of the top four, is that all that said, all the things that has gone into improving this segment, we need more. We need to go further in order to prioritize this.
Could you maybe
Sorry.
restate your question?
I guess the way I saw this table is that, and the difference between this and the 2022 report is for all the reasons you mentioned, additional resource that is working on making this area safer, more accessible, more smooth transportation. There's a lot of work going on in the segment. And that's why it's no longer considered a priority from the travel time impact.
Yeah, I'll just restate that some of these areas have had some improvement, and that was factored in on whether it was a priority or not, as well as more recent volumes and travel time data that we're providing as well has been updated.
Okay, thank
Thank you, Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you. I think we're kind of missing the forest for the trees here. You looked at 100 arterials. These are the top 8 that you said are important to meet council's stated priorities, yes?
We looked at 100 locations in the mobility network. These are the top 8 road widenings that were identified within those top 100 locations.
Yeah.
Those 100 locations also include locations that require active modes improvements, transit, things like that.
But these are the top 8.
Yes, these are the top 8.
Yeah. And the metrics that you have for road volume and travel time, those are informative, but not as a ranked version of those top 8. The reason it's the top 8 is because they are all considered important. That's why we don't have a top 20, because that doesn't make sense.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah. And so, and just to clarify, some of the work that was done on 167th Avenue, for example, that wasn't city resources. We just did a swap where we still retain responsibility for another part of the road. We just swapped some with the developer so we could get actually some work going sooner than we were going to be able to, yeah?
Yes, we do that.
Yeah. So I guess when you say the travel time impact to commuters and you have the significant to moderate to minimal, that's not a metric for us to say what's more important than the other road, correct?
Exactly, because we're trying to look at the fulsome multi-account evaluation that considers the city plan. This is one aspect of it. It's a pretty good indicator to give you a sense of, oh yeah, these roads are some of the roads that we are concerned about, but it isn't the only thing we're looking at all.
Yeah, and then the road volume, again, same thing, because for example, I think I cited the other day that 153rd and Manning, that intersection, in 1 year from 2023 to 24 grew by 40% in volume. So these numbers are a snapshot in time, but not a continuum about what we can responsibly look forward to as far as traffic volumes and impact on goods and traffic movement. Yeah? Do I have that right?
Yes, correct.
Yeah. Okay. So that's it. I hope that's super clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jans.
Thank you. Where I'm struggling is we don't have a consistent measure of velocity, if you will, of a human in the city of Edmonton. Like, when I asked how much will Terwilliger Drive cost in the 4-year budget, it was, a $700 million or something, and it was going to save people 3 minutes. From a 12-minute trip will now take 9 minutes when this whole thing is done. So I'm like, okay, 3 minutes, got it. But then here I see significant. I don't know what the travel time reduction would be. I see the road volume as a measure. I hear one person glumming to the volume. I see this talking about 100 more hours experienced. How do we quantify that? Is that a vehicle sitting for 1 hour? Or is it a 1,000 vehicles sitting for 30 seconds? How does how do buses fit into this? Is that 40 people on a bus experiencing 5 minutes each, which then equals an hour? I'm looking for like a imperial or metric system for the city, please.
What I can start with, and then I'll look to Anika to maybe provide some more information, is this is a comparison between these 8 roadways specifically.
Yeah.
So the severity, the significant is within these roadways.
So could you help me quantify significant?
So
It's 100 hours at peak, right?
during the peak period.
For how many people?
It's
Is that 100 people waiting 1 hour, or is it 10,000 people?
It's a combination of the volume of vehicles and transit users that are using that corridor over that peak period. So it's the amount of delay that's experienced per user on that corridor.
And at peak time?
During the peak period, yes, so 3-hour period.
So what would another equivalent, so if a train is delayed, what would, I'm thinking of 50th Street interchange, we spent 180 million there. What would that same measure, the travel impact time, be for that investment?
I think the metrics are a little bit different in that case. Like, we're looking at a combination of understanding the impact of goods movement in the case of a rail grade separation, as compared to
Another example, sorry, I'm just like, what I'm struggling with is how do I weigh, like, we're spending 3 million on White Ave for transit priority measures that is going to, you know, increase certain seconds here, but then in other areas we're spending money and I don't have apples to apples, and maybe this is a really, so maybe a better, if I was to remove all of this and put on a replacement motion, it would tell admin, yeah, $50 million to improve transit. Where would you put those dollars first? That's sort of what I'm looking to.
So the way that we've set out the M&A analysis is based on identifying the M&A top locations as well as several composite bundles. The composite bundle that's included in attachment 3 is specifically for roadway capacity improvements. We also have ones for transit priority measures, ones for active modes, ones for intersection improvements to address sort of that multi-lens approach to addressing our system as a whole.
And is there a user to user chart somewhere?
That's not something that we have available right now.
Because I wonder if we took, like, this whole list here is 272 million. What would 272 million get us? Like, if 272 million removes 4 significant, or the 4 significant in the other routes here, what would 272 million do in, say, transit service or widening Jasper Ave or something? I don't know what it would be. And I guess that's where for me, I'd prefer to just accept this as information, refer it back, get all of this coming forward. Yeah, that's it.
Okay,
I'll
thank
hold
you.
it.
Councillor Wright?
Thank you. So you said that the travel time impact to commuters takes into account like 1 person in a car or 40 people on a bus. But your road volume is just vehicles themselves, right? So it'd be 1 bus or 1 car. So how do you gauge, I guess, the 100 additional hours experienced by commuters? How do you calculate what that average commuters is?
So the measure is based on understanding what sort of the minimal travel time is during the day as a ratio of the travel time that's experienced during that peak period. So the difference
of vehicles.
Of vehicles, that's also applied to transit
Okay.
buses that are running along the corridor as well.
Okay.
That delay, whatever amount that is multiplied by the number of vehicles and transit riders that are along that corridor to come up with that total number of hours.
So how do you know how many transit riders are in that? So that's what I'm trying to get at, I guess, and maybe that's what Councillor Jans was trying to get at.
The transit ridership data is based on what ETS collects. So we looked at the volumes on those roadways during that peak period.
Okay, and so then that's just compared with the number of vehicles on the road non-peak hours, or do you do that calculation as well as to how many commuters are on the road in non-peak hours?
While we have that data available, the metric specifically is for the commute period during the AM or PM period.
But how can you tell that it's a significant difference for number of commuters if you're not comparing sort of apples to apples in one? Well, Like in the one column, it's number of vehicles, but in the other column, you're talking about number of commuters.
So the volume of vehicles is just another data point that's used to understand what's going on in the corridor. We use multiple metrics to understand how a corridor is operating. Travel time impacts, total lost time, roadway volume, volume to capacity ratio. Many of these are used on different tiers to come up to different specificity.
I'm trying to, what number do you use to compare the peak commuters to the non-peak commuters?
That would be the travel time impact to commuters, that metric.
But you don't provide those numbers.
Sorry, can you clarify which numbers?
How you determined significant. You don't provide those raw numbers.
Not the raw numbers. We provide the categorization for what significant, moderate, and minimal is it's a note at the bottom of the table there.
Yeah, but do you have those raw numbers?
Yeah, we do.
Okay. I could ask for it, but I don't know if I get it. And then, so Councillor Principe wants to change this to highest road volume. But you're saying that that's not adequate. So even if a road gets used more and more per day, like on a regular basis or a consistent basis, that's not significant enough to warrant it being in the top 4.
It's one consideration, but it doesn't accurately capture what the operations are along that corridor. That's where we use the travel time impacts to commuters.
Okay, and I think Ms. Padbury had talked earlier about the 4 other considerations that we were going to look at before we did our priorities, which was safety, transportation. What were the other?
So, so when we do capital, and this is like on the intake, we try to do a prioritization of the intake. When we did the first round, it was legislated, life safety. Oh gosh, the third one's escaping me, but
One was safety and one was like a transportation economic corridor
and
or something?
the final one was, what is it? Did it have an impact on economic development?
Economic
Just
development,
pulling
okay.
it up.
Okay, and none of that data was used in what's presented in this report?
The prioritization framework included a number of different lenses. The first set of lenses included alignment with the city plan, so whether it was a goods movement network, for example, how it connected to mass transit. There was indications of how it related to the PGAs, how it related to IIAP. So it does have many of those different lenses that form the prioritization, which included our recommendation for 215 41st Ave and Parsons Road.
Okay, my time is up. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Elliott?
Thank you, Mayor. Majority of my questions have already been answered, but I just have one. In regards to the segment 167 and 59A Street, I noticed that there was only a single count location. So that's just is that a one-off, or is there any indication of going back to acquire additional data on that? Because I don't want to say it's misleading, but it's just, like I said, one count.
Yes, we would go back and if information was available, we would collect that information as well.
I would just note, Councillor, looking at the attachment, it was a shorter length than many of the other sections that were, 3.5, 3.3 kilometers in length, whereas that corridor is 0.8 kilometers.
Yeah, and thank you for that, because I was looking at that aspect as well. That's it for my clarification.
Thank you. Councillor Morgan?
Yeah, I'm going to ask this, and I don't know, it's probably not going to help me at all, but 41 Ave there, I was under the understanding that Allard Road to Highway 2 is actually a developer-led or developer-funded twinning. And this one says James Mowat to Highway 2.
So there is some developer work that is, we've been working on with the developer in that basin to get some work done. It wouldn't provide the same amount of improvement as this, which is a twinning from James Mowat to Gateway. So there is some work that we were trying to work, again, with the developers to get some improvement. It's not the same as a twinning.
What is that improvement?
It is
Off the top of your head?
A lane.
It's 400 meters of an additional roadway. It's just a very short, small segment of improvement.
Okay. So this 30 million estimate is for Allard to James Mowat?
James Moat to Highway 2.
Okay. Yeah, I'm still kind of confused, I guess. So, because again, I think my predecessor announced it right before the election, actually. Allard Road to Highway 2 was going to be developer funded.
Yeah, there's.
I think these are.
Am I out of?
Well, it's just, I know, I've been trying to give it a little bit of leeway, but really the amendment is on, should we change the travel time impact to commuters or to road volume? And so the dollar piece and that piece is not necessarily a bad question, but just a question
Maybe not
that's
in this.
starting to get a little outside of the amendment, a little more than I'm comfortable with right now.
Okay, sorry
Yeah.
about that. I do
No,
have
no,
another
it's okay.
question, though.
Yeah.
That stretch of 66th Street, it's only 1 kilometer. The other ones that are kind of the higher priority ones as kind of in the original were 3.4, 3.5. Is that why it's minimal? Because it's only a certain small section of travel time? I know there was a lot of factors, but just help me out.
So for the travel time impacts to commuters, we actually considered a longer segment in order to sort of have an apples to apples consideration. So although the length identified in attachment 3, that's the improvement that's required. To assess travel time impact, you want a minimum length, which we used 1 kilometer as sort of the minimum length. So it's extended a little bit on either side of the corridor so that you can have more of a comparison between corridors.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Clark, can you take the chair?
Thank you.
Thank you. So I think in my head, the challenge we're facing is that obviously, and we're going to stay focused on the road piece right in front of us, but there is a capital constraint that we are going to be facing in this budget. So that applies to the roads as well as the other composites listed in the other profiles. I hear a desire amongst council to be able to have a thoughtful conversation during budget about, right now, just the roads, but maybe there might be a motion on all of those composites. The question I think I need to understand then is how easy or hard is it to have those composites all, so essentially, I've got a motion that's debating whether I should use one metric or another, but I'm hearing from administration, you actually want to be using a variety of factors that would help determine which of those 8 you would recommend if we had enough money to do 1, 2, 3, 4, or all 8. You would be using more factors than either just the one in the original motion or the amendment.
Mayor Knack, that was really the whole purpose of this assessment, was to do that. How do we determine priorities?
So, but I appreciate the fact that because we're trying, we cannot do all 8 in the next budget. There will be no way. Therefore, how easy is it, I guess, for you to bring forward your so if you're going to use 10 factors to decide what you would prioritize, and we just let you go and do that for all 8 to come back to say, here's what we would prioritize 1, 2, 3, 4, depending on how much money you have. Is that relatively easy, or do you want more certainty? Because I think that's what the intent of the original mover was, to say, listen, we're not going to fund all 8. Let's give you some direction to say, come back with a narrowed amount because we don't have enough money. We might not even have enough money for a top 4, whatever the top 4 are.
I would note that, this is our high-level assessment, and we've given you our recommendation. But having said that, that is at a strategic level, and we need to go in and look at the constructability. Do we have the land? What can be done? So there are other factors that, when we dig down a little bit more, could bump the priorities around, just the practicality of it.
So I guess the question I'm looking to admin on is, how much work does that take? Because to ask you to go do that for all 8, knowing we're not going to fund all 8, is that a way, is that using up a lot of your time? Or is it relatively easy to say, okay, we've already done a lot of this work. We can put that together quickly enough. And so therefore it's worth letting you bring all 8 in your prioritized order based off your factors.
I'm wondering if IIS, my colleagues, are online to give some input there.
Yeah, Rhonda, it's Pascal Dussard. Mayor Knack, we've talked about sending a memo following this conversation on an implementation plan to help council understand ahead of budget what is feasible in the next budget cycle in the sense of sequencing, programming, and making sure that we move forward with projects that are aligned either from a renewal perspective or from a traffic management perspective as well. And so we could take that information into account and also provide some information about the feasibility of delivery of those corridors, speaking to things like Rhonda was mentioning, land acquisition and other things.
Okay, so I think what I guess I'm trying to make, I don't know if I should debate between, I don't know if I'm debating the wrong question about which metric to use, or if instead, because you're going to do this in a memo anyways, it sounds like it might be just as easy to say, create an unfunded profile for this composite. You're going to go and do your ranking using all of your factors, noting that we're not going to fund all 8 anyways, but it's not that hard to do all 8, and then you would rank them, because you're already going to do some of this work in a memo.
Right, and
Yeah.
for any of the composites, you're essentially giving us an upset limit.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of sort of the more detailed work that has to refine exactly what
So
the
you would come
projects
back
are.
as part of that budget. I understand that Councillor Tang's original motion was to try to narrow down your workload. But if I'm hearing it's not that much harder to just do all 8, then maybe we just do all 8, noting that you'll put that as part of the budget report.
I would suggest that with the memo that is coming forward, some of that information will be flushed out and then.
Would
that
be
will-
able to come as part of a budget, though. I'm out of time. I have to rule myself. I'll take the chair back.
Got it.
But I don't see anyone else on the board, so I actually could use the benefit of a motion for another round, just so I could.
So
So
moved.
moved.
Second.
Seconded, moved by Councillor Wright, seconded by Councillor Jans. Please vote.
Yes. Thank you. Councillor Rutherford. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That's carried 12-0. Councillor Clark, can you take the chair back?
I got it.
Thank you. Yeah, so sorry. I guess what I'm just trying to make sure here, I'm hopefully trying to expedite our process here, is that instead of us voting on which of these 2 matter, if you're able to, as part of the budget process, for this composite, which includes 8 things, to come back to us at budget using the variable factors that you would be using to help rank, then we would know at budget what administration's ranking of those 8 would be, pending any money available to do any of them.
We will do that.
Okay. I think that's, okay, that is helpful versus trying to debate and narrow it down ahead of time using individual metrics, which is what I'm hearing. But the goal was originally, and I think that was the intent of the discussion yesterday, to say, can we narrow it down for you ahead of time? But if it's not that hard, it might simplify our discussion just to say, go do the composite, bring them all back, you rank them using your variety of factors. Ms. Petrin?
Mr. Mayor, if I could just highlight one piece,
Yeah.
particularly as it relates to arterials.
Yeah,
Attachment 2 is how we've prioritized.
yes.
And as it relates to arterials, it is, sorry, I've lost my sheet here, 215th Street, 41st Avenue, and Parsons Road. So I
But
can
we don't
appreciate you're wanting the all 8,
Yeah.
but just for clarity, the top 3 that we've prioritized are in attachment
Correct.
2. Okay.
So what you would be able to come back with budget is what's 4 through 8. Because you've already done the work, you've identified 3, you would be able to let us know what 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 are using all of the factors like you've done for this set of 3.
Yes.
Okay. All right, well, I don't want to start speaking to amendments. And then if we wanted to, maybe the other, actually, no, then I'm moving ahead to the other idea here. Okay, those are all my questions. I'll take the chair back.
Got it.
We are at 3:26. Maybe we could break a few minutes early, just to, because I think there would probably be some speaking depending on what we do here. So why don't we take our break a few minutes early just to work through a few things before we come back. So we're on recess till 3:45.
Before we separate.
Order. And I'm just roll call. Most of the people are here. Councillor Principe, are you here with us?
Yes, I'm here. Hello.
Thank you. The others that are here, Councillor Rutherford and Councillor Jantz will be here soon. So I'm just not going to echo around the room. Okay, I'm going to go to Councillor Clark to take the chair one more time.
Yep, I got it.
Okay, so we have a set of attachments which has a number of composites, which include intersections, active transportation, road widenings, a variety of things. I am hearing from colleagues that as part of the budget debate, they would want to potentially, although I would hope we would choose to exercise restraint, that if admin has recommended X number of things based off the money currently set aside, that if they want to be able to move something else that is in this potentially top 100, they would want to have information to be able to discuss that. So I'm guessing the intersection improvements one is not one that you would probably do a individualized breakdown of. That one's a little too nuanced. Is that correct?
That's correct, and we've given you a good idea of what are the top ranking, but we would need to go in and do some more assessment for, to just really determine what the priorities would be.
Okay. But you would have that type of information for tables 2, which is table 3, probably table 4. It's really table 5 that you wouldn't, which is the intersection piece we just talked about.
That's correct.
So if right now you've already given us a ranking in tables 2, 3, and 4, let's be realistic. We're probably not going to have money to fund table 2, 3, 4, and 5, the top ones in each of those things. But that's just the reality. But I am hearing, though, that if council wants to entertain a motion to fund more than what you recommended, because we're willing to pay more in taxes because we feel it's valid for Edmontonians, you would have enough information at budget today without a motion to be able to answer questions about things that are not recommended in table 2, 3, and 4 at budget.
I would suggest that in particular on roadway capacity, we would have information as listed on attachment 3.
All
So
8 in that case.
8.
Yep.
We will make sure that we have information about those 8. We have more detailed information about active transportation as the bike implementation guide goes forward.
Yeah.
We have the specific information on the items, on the specific locations that have already been identified in attachment 2.
Okay.
And then on intersections, we recognize that that's a bundle that we need to take a look at in more detail.
Okay. So tables 1, sorry, yes, okay, so that means, okay, I think I've understood this. So if no motion were to be passed today, administration is still, as part of the budget, going to take the projects in each of those tables. Based off the amount of money you have, you're going to rank them and the different projects from all of those tables and come up with a list of your top whatever you can fund based off the dollars amount.
Yes.
Assuming it falls within
And I
all
would
of our broader
suggest
priorities.
that each of these that have been identified will be run through the overall budget evaluation process.
Correct, because there might be other capital expenditures for growth that fall as an even higher priority than any of these as well. But assuming we've done that and you have the information, if for some reason, again, we want to start, we get to budget and folks want to talk about items in table, again, let's take the road winding one because that's the one before us here today, right now, and be able to debate priority 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You'll know what those are. You'll have the information. It's going to be included in something that we could be able to reference so that we're not sort of talking about it without context.
We will make sure that we provide some information about those.
Okay. That happens if no motion is passed today, that is going to happen.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. I think that answers my questions. Councillor Tang. Oh, sorry, I'll take the chair back.
Yep.
Councillor Tang.
Just one more time. No motion today. You will take everything away. You'll come back with a memo on just more details needed. Come budget time on this particular bundle for roads, they will be individually kind of ranked, with more additional information. And it's up to us to select individual ones rather than a program-based approach. Is that correct?
I think so, Councillor. I think it would have to be that way, that you could then prioritize between all of those different projects.
Yeah, I mean, I thought you did prioritize, but we can do that during budget too. I opted for this process because I wanted a rationale-based, program-based, that affects citywide impact, that is reasonable and defensible, so we're not debating $500 million package and items in front of us. But sounds like we don't want to go that way. We want a bit of a free-for-all. Let's go with individual, because it will individually benefit ourselves kind of a thing, then so be it. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I take a motion to get another round?
So moved.
Second.
Second by Councillor Wright. Please vote.
I'm a yes.
I'm a yes. No.
Thank you, councillors. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That's carried 11-1. Councillor Clark, can you take the chair?
Yep.
Oh, sorry.
I see that, Councillor Rutherford, we'll fix that. Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
I didn't vote. It never came up.
We shall fix that, I think. I think I saw that right at the end. Thank you. We'll fix that.
Oh, sorry. Okay, thank you. It's been captured. Your vote has been captured. Thank you. Okay. Councillor Clark, you have the chair?
Yes.
Thank you. Sorry, because actually the answer to Councillor Tank's question does give me pause then, because I have understood the work that you are doing is in fact program-based and not individualized. Because I want to avoid what Councillor Tang has identified, which is us showing up at budget and then each one of us moving a motion on a roadway in our own wards to be done. I would like administration, as part of the budget process, to be ranking all of the composites and the projects within them based off the money you might set aside for growth, and to come forward with recommendations based off thoughtful analysis. That might include some road widenings, that might include some intersection improvements, that might include some active transportation, but that will be ranked against each other, and there's going to be an above the line and a below the line. That's how I understood what you said, but if we're going to do a free fall for all like Councillor Tang, then we do need to have a debate today, and I don't want to do that today.
How you described it is the intention, and if I misspoke, I apologize. What was trying to be communicated was that for those that are not funded, that are below the line, and if somebody did want to have that information, administration would have that available, so there could be a discussion.
So you would then be able to, if somebody wants to add something that is below the line, you would generally know how far below the line that was, why it's below the line in comparison to any other items that you've prioritized, and council could use that to inform our discussion. Because if it's the next item below, council might say it's worth increasing taxes to add that because it's that important. If it's number 98 of your top 100, then it just might look like queue jumping, and frankly, I don't know if council would be as willing to entertain that. And I want to make sure we know enough at budget. So if no motion passes, we're still going to know enough at budget to be able to have that thoughtful dialogue, and ideally prevent, and my hope is that we would then choose to exercise our own discretion to say if it's 98 on the list or clearly significantly below, we're not going to bother making the motion in the first place.
That is correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And Mr. Mayor, I'd just add that council's priorities are also a really important part of this, and how we prioritize and the framework that we're using to prioritize this internally is going to come to council later this month.
Okay,
So you have line of sight of that.
thank you. Those are all my questions. I'll take the chair back.
Got it.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
So my memory of some of our renewal packages, composite profiles from last time, is that the detail, there's a table breakdown that has all of the items, and then there's a percentage that it's funded to. Do folks recall that? I don't know if Stacy from her team is here.
Maybe if
Yes, we did have that in the last capital budget.
Yeah, so I think that is the information that we're looking for, but we've seen that, I suppose, in renewal composites. Have we ever done that with growth composites? Like, would we have that included?
we might need to take that away if, go ahead.
So typically we do it with renewal projects. Growth projects that don't get funded would be on a separate unfunded list.
Yeah, okay. I think as long as that information is there, again, it seems like we have seen that type of ranking before with the composite profiles, and I think it's helpful anytime we have a composite profile to understand sort of what's in there. And then I think what's helpful about having that, even like, because composite profiles can end up being topped up as we go through the budget cycle, correct?
Yes, and so our intention is for the four-year cycle to present a prioritized unfunded list for council consideration.
And I just wonder, going back to the programmatic thing, is if we have a composite profile and everything is listed, and the ones that are funded are listed at 100, but then they can just, if we're topping up, those just get funded as we go along. Anyway, I guess it's okay. Just to clarify, probably for the 10th time, what is happening with the other composite profiles that are noted in the report?
The composite profiles that are noted in the report are going through the administrative stream of being evaluated through the budget process against, all of the asks.
And so again, I think on Wednesday, I was sort of confirming that through that prioritization process, we're looking at our city plan target of 50-50 mode shift, correct?
We are looking, one of the key lenses we'll be applying is the city or council's priorities and the measures and targets that are established, and that work is coming later in April to council.
Okay, so we don't have those yet. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I've been checking in with both the amender and the mover. I've heard maybe a desire to withdraw, although I also hear, knowing how important this might be one where maybe we're willing to go back to our old rule of putting a motion to receive of information, just so those that feel they need to speak to this, I want to give them the chance. And so, recognizing Councillor Rutherford's previous cautions, I think this might be an appropriate one where council could then have a say without us going down a rabbit hole of a lot of motions. So people are willing to entertain that we can do a motion to receive for information, then I can look to both the amender and the mover if you're willing to withdraw. I'll start with the mover of the amendment, Councillor Principe.
I'm happy if the motion is, the original motion is withdrawn, that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any objections to that? No. Councillor Tang, any objections to withdraw? Would you be willing to withdraw but making a motion to receive information?
Sure.
Okay, great. We're comfortable with that? Okay, Councillor Tang has moved a motion to receive for information. Do I have a seconder?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Parmar. I think she won that race. Now, anyone wishing to speak, because I think we have asked all the questions. So, anyone wishing to speak, please click on. I hear a lot of clicking, but I'm just going to wait just to make sure I don't see anyone pop up. Okay, there's a few. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thanks so much. I'll be brief. I think we've had a lot of questions answered on this important body of work. And, you know, speaking broadly, obviously we know that our mobility network as a whole is facing rising pressures and increased tension as our cities continue to grow without adequate funding provided for both growth and renewal of our network. You know, my questions primarily were centered around process for this particular item, and it's clear to me from the answers that we received that the next step would be for administration to develop an implementation plan for the overall mobility network leading up to budget, which would allow us to take a more holistic approach to scheduling, prioritization for that systemic holistic approach. So that is my preference, is to let that process unfold, carry on as planned, so we can take a multi-lens approach to this critical work. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you, and I appreciate this, especially going into budget. I just thought it'd be very important to mention that we don't actually know what we're going to vote on going into budget. So this is actually a really good conversation to get that priority list. I recall Mayor Knack, in my first term, we approached the budget with a prioritization framework. And that meant that we didn't try to engage in what I called ward wars. What we did is take a look at what was best for the city as a whole. And in doing so, that means that any areas of the ward that were underserved, or any arterials or roads or anything like that that actually required investment were prioritized, and that's where the money went. Now, telling stories out of school, someone subverted that a little bit, which we're still dealing with, but your approach and your recommendation, I think, is something we should all take to heart. Not to try to throw a whole bunch of stuff onto the floor for the benefit of our own ward, but rather take a look at, and it is our oath, what is best for the entire city while highlighting the needs of our wards. So I'm very happy to take that direction, that approach, and I appreciate you for guiding us there. So with that said, I will also just, as we close this conversation and move into further conversations leading into that for your budget, and everyone's either has had or is going to have their budget roadshow. Just something to consider is that, and Mayor Iveson used to drive this home quite a bit. Imagine that you are solely responsible for the welfare of this city, for its movement of goods and services, for the economy, for the tax rate, for every decision. No one else is going to save you. No one else is going to take care of it if you make a mistake. You are responsible, and vote according to that, because there are sometimes very easy political calculations to make in a vote. But is that living up to your oath and serving the city to the best of your ability? And sometimes these choices are hard. I would submit that not investing in something is the easy choice politically, but the worst potential choice for the city itself. And those determinations, everyone is going to make their own determination on what that looks like. But the real danger is expecting to make a political vote and counting on everyone else on council to carry the right decision for you, which is extremely dangerous indeed. If you think something should be done, it should be done. And if you don't think it should be done, give a clear and sensible rationalization based in facts and data. Feelings are great, feelings matter, but we are in a data-driven job. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councillor Clark, can you take the chair?
Yep.
Yeah, I thought, since we are doing this, I figured I'd just quickly note. So I think I understand, having got to listen to some of the discussion on Wednesday, the challenge that we're facing, particularly with the arterial road widening, is those are very expensive projects and not a ton of money. And frankly, just one of those road widening projects would probably cover the entire intersection improvements list, right? And so it's going to feel easy to not do the road widening piece because of the vast scale of that. But I also hear the tension that exists at this table around waiting another 4 years for any of those roads listed in those 8. And so I don't have an easy solution yet. I just wanted to go on the board and say, I think this is something that I need to take away in terms of working with the provincial government, reaching out to Minister Dreeshen, talking to them about, seeing if we can come together with a co-funded package that would help address these larger scale items, because I get it. Everyone is going to be really pushing to try to get theirs, and in the meantime, we need administration to do their best work to give the best prioritization, noting the limited money. And so I think this is something we just all need to think about as a collection of, if those are important, and I think those 8 legitimately are important, it will take some type of unique work, a partnership to find a path forward, and also making sure we're not forgetting the other mobility work that needs to happen in the city as well. I don't want it to just be one single road and then we don't do anything else in the next 4 years either. So I appreciate there was a lot of conversation, and I know folks are getting a little, rightfully fired up around this, because we're all worried about what it means if we don't do those. Because those roads are, I am a firm believer in induced demand, to be very clear. Induced demand, very real thing. There are legitimate spots where you have a 2-lane road that a 4-lane road makes a real difference. When you start getting to 6 and 8, then induced demand really comes into play. And if we don't fix them, these are massive quality of life issues. Having represented the area for 215th Street, that now is still backed up. If you're going at rush hour PM, it's 45 minutes to an hour to get through what is currently, outside of any other time of day, about a 3 to 5 minute drive. It's a real quality of life hit. And that's 215th. I know it's on 41st Ave, talk to the people there. I know it's on 60, it's on all of these roads. So I just want us to all be thoughtfully about, instead of thinking about how do we fight for our specific one to be the next one chosen, let's think about how we work together to go advocate together to the province, ideally with other municipalities, to say, we are in a huge gap right now that is addressing quality of life. So I just wanted to offer that I will happily work on that with every member of council, so that we're doing this thoughtfully, so that we're not coming to budget and starting to play the one-off game at the budget, which is not going to be constructive, and frankly will likely result in all of us just defaulting to the work that administration is going to do anyways, which is that prioritization work. But thanks for the conversation, thanks for the thoughtfulness on this, and I'll take the chair back and then go to Councillor Rutherford.
You got it.
Councillor Rutherford.
Thanks. I just first of all, foremost want to thank the team for putting this together on the mobility network. Like most systems and networks, they're not perfect. If we could go back and redraw the entire network of our mobility network in Edmonton, I'm sure it would be vastly different than it is today. But we have to work with the infrastructure that we have before us. So I think I just want to acknowledge that work is there, and I know it's an unideal situation that you're often working with between where there's pinch points, where there's limited resources, and all of those things. I did also, just on a higher level, want to be transparent with my colleagues about my approach going into budget. Is I'm actually, and I think the reason I'm bringing this up now is so that if admin is listening, and you said that we should talk to this, I am less inclined to support growth, period. When I looked at some of those reports that showed how much of if we just want to look at road asset class, that's in D or F condition or will fall into D or F condition, if we are not significantly investing in renewal this 4-year budget, and we end up eating up all of our money with growth, we are going to be in a very precarious situation, and that renewal, dedicated renewal fund is not going to save us from it. So I think it's really important to ground ourselves, and if, as we're having all of these conversations, it's are we having these conversations to lead to something, or are we just having these conversations for the sake of having these conversations? So when we talked about with administration, they brought forward and they said, we're going to be prioritizing stuff based on if there is a growth component that it addresses safety. And I'm not going to deny that a lot of road widenings or those things could absolutely make a case for why they improve safety. But we need to be thinking about that in our growth components. We need to be thinking about, is there funding from other orders of the government? So I appreciate what Mayor Knack has said about, going to the province. I would still prefer much more unconstrained funding to actually address our renewal gap as opposed to a flashy project, but so be it. If that's what gets quality of life, especially on the south side, in areas that I know are pinch points for the ward councillors in that area, then so be it. But so let's try to get that for those growth projects so that there can be support. Or the final one, there's an economic development, and the clearest example of that from a road network perspective that we have is the intersection overpass that we're doing on 137th to unlock industrial land in the northwest, right? So that was a specific example of a capital profile that will unlock land industrially. So I really want, because I think we're going to get into this space of, all of the things that we want for growth, but I just felt remiss to say we also have to think about what is already there that needs attention. I was talking to a few colleagues after our meeting on Wednesday, and I highlighted to them that 118th intersection, which is on this list, whether it makes it, it's not the top 3, so it, there's still not risk when you start to prioritize everything. That has not had any improvements since 1978. Think about how different our city is now. But it's because we've been growing and growing and growing as a city for so long that growth continually gets prioritized. And so it is going to be a tension, it is going to be a challenge, but that is what is grounding me going into the 4-year budget on the capital side is the renewal first, and if it is growth, how does it meet one of those 3 criterias? So I'd encourage anybody that is going to move an amendment to add any growth projects at the 4-year budget to be making a case for how it does align with one of those 3 things. Thanks.
Thank you very much, and Councillor Tang to close.
Great, thank you very much. I care about roads. I've been caring about roads not just now, because all of a sudden everyone cares about roads. I've been caring about roads for the last 4 years. I was the one who put forward the service package for arterial road renewal for paving at the last fall SOBA so that we can get a head start on our renewal portfolio. Council declined that. Following the 2022-2023 arterial road assessment, I requested this report because I wanted to know how can we make our overall transportation system smoother. I appreciate the information that was brought forward. I appreciate the prioritization you have done already. Speaking of process, I will just remind the Assembly that we just approved a composite service package for transit as part of the transit priority measure item. So we've picked one out of the various ones, and I question how is that fair? And, of course, transit is very important, so, that's why I supported that motion. We just approved a playground because of the children. Absolutely. I have 800 students in my ward. They're not asking for a playground. They're asking for the most basic infrastructure, right size for their community, just so that they can get to school safely. I have students who are taking buses across town because they have no schools. And they're sitting on the bus stuck at bottlenecks. So the point of all this is trying to smooth out key bottlenecks in the ward. And quite frankly, I'm pretty disappointed with how the conversation has gone. And, it is true, I appreciate the piece around, support from other orders of government. And I think that was the plan, is to leverage this conversation for a much broader advocacy GR strategy with the provincial and federal government, I will say, when there is a lot of investment right now in defense. Logistics, infrastructure is part of that. and we can continue to push this conversation down the road and miss those opportunities. And so, you know, I recognize the importance of investing in amenities. Lots of them are in central neighborhoods in downtown, and I think those are important. However, for my residents that have no, you know, easy access to library, rec center, schools, they need the most basic infrastructure that we can provide as a city. And I think throughout this conversation, I've also learned that I think we tend to conflate different types of arterial roads. You know, the ones that are being presented here are squarely within city responsibility. If we were to actually look at the top 100 bottleneck points, much of those are probably developer responsibility. I don't know how it's defensible to say we will fund what is supposed to be developer responsibility. That is crazy. I don't know how it's defensible to say we will look at all these top priorities and fund something that will have minimal impact to travel times for commuters. I don't know how I can take that to the province and to say, hey, would you like to help us fund something that will have minimal impact? So, you know, in an effort to have a conversation about what is reasonable, what is defensible, and to do it in a program way, I am disappointed in how the conversation turned out because that kind of that nature is exactly what I was trying to avoid. But I do want to, you know, take the last minute or so and appreciate the many residents, families, students, seniors, mosques, temples, churches, who have thousands of worshipers who use these infrastructure that the city provides and all the feedback they have shared. And I want to be able to just end, you know, with the words from one of my constituents that, you know, we believe that right-sizing these basic infrastructure will significantly improve traffic flow, reduce congestion, enhance safety for all road users, and support the ongoing vitality of our community. And I will add our economy. And these conversations isn't just about investment in transportation, it's an investment in Edmonton's social and economic fabric, equity, and quality of life for its diverse residents.
Thank you very much. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. We're going to go back to item 7.2. I think Councillor Rutherford has been able to work through the motion. Councillor Rutherford, you had a motion on that?
No, in talking to the city administration at the break, I think we have a different path forward.
Sorry,
So
I realized you actually said that, and then I forgot that you had already noted that. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Great. Then we are good there. And we have done, 7.3 was already done, 7.4 was done, 7.5 is done, 7.6 is done, 7.7 is done. All the bylaws are done. 10.1 is done. 10.2, changes to the council calendar. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I will move that Monday, June 29th, 2026, the Urban Planning Committee meeting be rescheduled to Thursday, July 2nd, 2026, from 9:30 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Second. That's seconded by Councillor Stevenson. Do you want to just, any introduction? Yeah.
Yeah, so this was brought up at Agenda Review Committee just in concern of some of the really heavy items on both agendas, both Community and Public Services and Urban Planning Committee. So having them happen consecutively put some councillors in a real bind in terms of especially some items that they really, like, even moved the motion for, and then they wouldn't be able to be there for the items that they had originally generated the report for. So this is a way to just make sure that everybody on council, whether they're on committee or not, has the opportunity to participate in both committees.
Fantastic, thank you. Any questions? Not seeing any. Anyone wishing to speak? Any closing comments, Councillor Rutherford? Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. Next up, 10.3, Councillor Paquette, please go ahead.
Oh, thank you. I move that administration provide a report to committee that details a strategic plan for parking enforcement, specifically providing a quantified assessment of current service demands and projected growth, the operational requirements necessary to expand parking enforcement, specific actionable recommendations to execute program efficiencies and improve service delivery, and the precise budget implications and funding requirements needed to implement these recommendations. Due back August 31st, 2026, CPSC.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder?
Second.
A seconder by Councillor Elliott. 2 minutes to introduce. Councillor Paquette, please go ahead.
Yeah, it's just a workaday motion. I think it's pretty clear, so I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you. Councillor Jans with questions. Councillor Jans?
Yes, apologize. Just to the administration, is this coming forward in the June 9th report?
I'm not sure if Caitlin's online or not. My understanding is some of it will be with respect to the automated parking enforcement. Oh, there's Caitlin. Go ahead, Caitlin.
Yeah, Councillor, I have Jessica Lamar on the line as well, so who can provide, but the intent is to bring some of this information forward in the June 9th report, yes. Jess, if you want to add anything else for additional detail, please go ahead.
Yeah, we have some data provided to us by our colleagues in community standards around the current state of resourcing, types of tickets, enforced volumes, etc. And in the report for June 9th, there's a future state section talking about enforcement. Lots of emphasis on automated parking enforcement, but also some jurisdictional review and best practice around enforcement levels of in-person to support a well-functioning program.
Okay, because I want to support the motion, but I don't want to delay any of these initiatives already underway. Could you reassure me that that's okay?
We will not remove anything we were already planning to include in the report as a result of this motion.
Okay, excellent. And I guess to the city manager or designate, how some of this is under administration's delegated authority. Again, I always struggle with, like, if we need more parking, why aren't we hiring more parking? If we need a security guard at a rec center, we hire a security guard at the rec center. What can we get a? It seems like an operational decision just not to do these things and to put the resources somewhere else. Am I misunderstanding this?
I don't think that we're saying that we can't do this operationally. I think there's definitely a balance of resourcing that's required when we go through the work. I think when we build out the 4-year budget, we'll have a better opportunity to do that. I think we're working with a 4-year budget that we've had in the past here. So, like, I think our opportunity is in this next 4-year budget.
Okay, well, I'll support the motion and continue conversation here.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador?
Thank you. Yeah, sorry, just to clear that up. So is it possible for this to come as part of the June report? Just to change that due date?
So Councillor Salvador, we're going to have, as just mentioned, part of the June 9th report and options around expanding the parking program for council's consideration as part of the curbside management, including, and part of that is the enforcement, deployment around that enforcement and looking at it from a curbside management perspective. So there will be information in the June 9th report that gives answers to some of these things that are in this motion today.
And I would add that we asked for August 31st because that aligns with our report on kind of the overall assessment of bylaw 5590 that we've been asked to.
Great, thanks.
Thank you. I don't see anyone else on the board for questions. Anyone wishing to, oh, sorry, yes, Councillor Rutherford, questions?
Yeah, just one quick question. For administration on point 4, on the precise budget implications and funding requirements needed to implement these recommendations. I know in ongoing conversations I've had and a recent letter I sent to the commission about the tow lot, that's one of the biggest barriers around parking enforcement. Can you confirm that? If that, why or why not we would be able to have our own tow lot?
Yeah, I think our intent is to examine the tow lot and to speak to the Edmonton Police Service about the implications and what they might need from a capital perspective, or if it makes sense for us to have a separate tow lot. On face value right now, I would suggest we'd still want to have one venue for any vehicles seized, because both my team and the Edmonton Police Service are seizing under the authorities of the Traffic Safety Act. And so it could overcomplicate things if we had two tow lots doing the exact same thing, but certainly the capacity of their tow lot is something that we'll examine in this report.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you. I don't see anyone else on the board for questions. Anyone wishing to speak? Councillor Paquette to close. Nothing further. Please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jones.
Councillor Palmer said yes, I hear.
Yes,
Yep.
thank you. Councillor Morgan, we have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. That covers 10-3. So I just want to make sure we didn't miss anything besides notices of motion, correct? Everything else is covered. Thank you. Sorry. You have everything good? Perfect. Now we'll take notices of motion. Any notices of motion? I believe there are a couple I see in the chat. So please click on the board if you have a notice of motion you wish to make. I'll wait a second so folks can click on. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. At the next regular council meeting, I will move that administration explore the cost, benefits, and feasibility of a community bylaw court in Edmonton, modeled after the City of Calgary's Community Court Program, and provide a report to Community and Public Services Committee due October 19th, 2026.
Thank you. Councillor Jans.
Thank you. I move notice of motion. This is about the priority growth areas. I move that administration prepare an unfunded service package to establish zoning for the 1.25 million priority growth areas that is consistent with the development concept intended in the district plans to be considered as part of the 2027 to 2030 budget deliberations, due date, capital city council budget deliberations.
Thank you. And Councillor Rutherford.
I have two.
Yep, no problem.
So I'll do the first one, that at the next regular council meeting, I will bring forward the motion that administration provide a memo outlining mass transit options for Edmonton's Northwest District should the Metro Line LRT not extend beyond Yellowhead Trail prior to the 2 million population horizon.
Okay, thank you. And your next one?
Yeah, and then my next one would be a motion to rescind, that the following motion, and same at the same council meeting, that the following motion passed on December 1st, 2025 budget meeting be rescinded, that administration provide a report to committee with options to improve transit service in the Northwest Quadrant, including but not limited to options for bus rapid transit routings and service hour increases that could be feasibly considered in the 4-year budget, and with any bus service capacity growth.
Thank you very much. Those are all the notices. I don't see anyone else clicked on the board. Any motions without customary notice? Seeing none, we are adjourned at 4:29. Thank you, everyone.